my TikTok going, and we'll go ahead and get this party started. All right, so we'll go ahead and start in approximately three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I think all three devices are going. We are on YouTube, horizontal, vertical, and TikTok as well. We're going to be talking about there's we got three subjects today. Generally we have at least a couple things we're gonna get in here and chat about, but today we have three topics, and I want to get your opinion on. So we'll get my notes out here. First of all, the Canadian government has apparently just this happened within the last 24 hours. They've stated that they're going to be allocating up to $1 billion with a B to secure their border with the United States. That's the Canadians now, so that's the northern border. But remember, they weren't acting like they were going to do a damn thing. So here comes Trump with these huge tariff threats, and suddenly Canada comes up to the plate, and they're promising to allocate up to $1 billion to secure the border with the United States. Obviously, Mexico is the biggest fish to fry, but one is it looks like we already have one down before Trump has even became president. He has not even officially been in the White House yet, and already Canada is promising to step up to the plate and allocate up to $1 billion to secure the border with America. So that's a huge win for Trump. I mean, how can you not admit that Trump is getting shit done before he's even in the White House? Just simply by those threats of tariffs, Canada's already come up to the plate. So I do want to hear from you folks in regards to, is it possible that maybe people have been underestimating Trump? Maybe he could actually be an effective leader after all? That's pretty big. I do believe that's pretty big to get that to happen. So we'll talk about that. Here's one that's a little bit more questionable. One that's a little bit more questionable. That is, Trump is on a suing spree, for lack of a better term, a suing spree. Now, he defeated ABC News and George Stephanopoulos not long ago. He was able to he sued. Apparently, George Stephanopoulos called him I guess I'll say grapist. I don't like using these crazy words, but sometimes the social media platforms don't like when you say the actual word. So we'll say a grapist. George Stephanopoulos of ABC, and I watch his show regularly. This Week with George Stephanopoulos is one of the most popular Sunday shows that come on. Well, anyway, he referred to Trump as a grapist, and Trump sued him. Trump sued him, and he sued the ABC network. And they settled out of court with Trump. So Trump won that $15 million. $15 million they have allocated to donate to Trump's presidential library. So whenever Trump leaves office, every president gets a presidential library after they leave office. And 15 million of the money needed to build it will come from ABC News. A lot of folks on the right are happy to see Trump going after folks that may have criticized him or said things about him. He also is suing the news media show 60 Minutes, long time show on CBS. That show's been around since probably most of us were born. It goes way back, and I don't know exactly what the accusation against 60 Minutes is, but Trump is suing them and the CBS network as well. As I stated, a lot of Trump supporters happy to see him going after many folks who have said things about him that may or may not be true, trying to defame his character, you name it, calling him a grapist, calling him a racist, you name it. A lot of folks on the right are happy to see Trump doing this. I'm going to ask you folks this. Is this a good thing? Is this a good thing, or is it possible he's opening a Pandora's box? What the hell do I mean by that? Well, keep in mind, Trump favors the right-wing media like Fox News and OAN and Newsmax, networks that actually are favorable to Trump. Well, fact is, they lie too. They lie too. Okay, ABC, George Stephanopoulos has called Trump a grapist. How many folks have called liberal socialists, fascists, suggested they want to defund the police? The right wing media is not completely honest, whereas all of the lies are coming from the left. Both sides do this. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because Trump could have opened a Pandora's box so that we could end up having politicians every damn where suing the media whenever they tell lies. What's really hypocritical about this, and I'll go to the box in the comments shortly. But and by the way, tap the screen, get us on up to about 10,000 likes. We can certainly make that happen on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube. You know how the program is. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. We always have been. We always will be MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. You enjoy open, civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle. Feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. So here is what is not only hypocritical, but damn near ironic. Now, Trump is going after the media for telling lies on him. Keep in mind, anytime Trump goes on Twitter, or now that he's purchased his own Truth Social network, he too is the media. So anytime Trump gets on social media and he sends out something that's not true, he's really no different than George Stephanopoulos. I'm bringing that up because Trump has said a lot of things that are not true via media himself on his own Truth Social network. So the idea that he is suing media outlets for not telling the truth when he is himself a media outlet and he has been known for not telling the truth is really ironic. That's anytime you hear, you know, MAGA or any Trump support, well, he's just exaggerating. That means he's telling a lie. I mean, I'm just simply saying, I get that it's wrong to call Trump a grapist. If he's not, that is incredibly defaming to Trump. But keep in mind, folks have suggested that Biden has dementia. Virtually every right-wing outlet out there has said that. There's no official diagnosis from any doctor on record as saying Biden has dementia. Remember when Trump said Ted Cruz's dad had something to do with the Kennedy assassination? That's not valid. It's not based on anything. So it's really odd to see Trump suing media for telling lies when he is indeed the media himself, and he's done it. We could go into the Haitian migrants with the whole eating of cats and dogs, the defunding of the police, up to and including suggesting that Antifa is responsible for January 6th. A lot of that stuff has come from Trump and his own media site himself. So I'm just simply saying, by him suing people that are media related for telling lies, he could literally open up the door for it to come right back to his own network. Now, I don't think you can sue the president, but you can sue the network. You can sue Truth Social. You can sue Trump Enterprises. Trump has said a lot of things that are questionable that he might have a difficult time presenting evidence for. So I'm really shocked that many folks on the right are cheering him on for suing the media, considering how many things he has quote unquote exaggerated about. Last but not least, I want to bring this. We normally do two subjects, but this one here I think is kind of important. Elon Musk is almost operating in a fashion or form equivalent to a king maker. He really seems to be. I mean, he's making his own personal threats about primarying people. He's the Department of Global Efficiency, but he's threatening congressmen and everything. I mean, he's really acting in a General Milley sort of way, acting outside of his scope of authority. This is what I talked about, folks. I mentioned this in a TikTok live stream today, whereas Elon Musk gave officially over $450 million to Trump's presidential campaign. And I posed the question, do you think he was just giving all that money to Trump out of the kindness of his heart simply to make America great again? Or is he perhaps expecting something in return for his money? Perhaps a hell of a lot of power in Washington, maybe. We'll see. But what do you think he's expecting? 450 million he gave to Trump. That's a lot of money for one person to personally give to a presidential campaign and not expect anything in return. Yeah, big dog. Appreciate the hat mustache. So go into the comment section. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Get us up to about 10,000 likes. We can make that happen on TikTok. Let your thumbs and not be lazy. Smash that like button on YouTube. Congrats at getting a response, Mr. Disingenuous, says Phoenix Tide. I don't know what the heck that means, but thank you for the input. Big difference between Trump being sued over known lies versus Trump telling a lie. Now that's what do you mean by that? Big difference between Trump being sued over known lies versus Trump telling a lie. What if Trump is telling a known lie? This is kind of what I expected, particularly from some folks who might support Trump, is trying to differentiate lies. Well, this is a white lie. This is a big lie. This is a small lie. This is an important. If you're on social media lying and you're hurting people, you're hurting people. Now, I have no clue what the hell is a known lie versus Trump telling a lie. Okay, Haitian migrants, that's a known. Michelle Obama's a man. Ted Cruz's father had something to do with the Kennedy assassination. That's a known lie. Where are you going with this? Other than just simply coming up with a way of defending Trump. Let me go straight to the known lie versus telling a lie. I've never heard of that. One of my subs, Jeremy. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Jeremy. What do you think? Trump suing folks that lie on him. Is that a good idea?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, because there have to be consequences to a degree about like what you say when it comes to someone in public office.
So if he says that Ted Cruz's father has something to do with the Kennedy assassination in an effort to beat Ted Cruz in the primary, which he was doing back in 15, does that mean Ted Cruz should have sued him too?
Probably, I would see the thing is, I think like despite being MAGA, I'm more than willing to hold Trump's feet to the fire. And I do think he should be like a little bit more willing to, you know, hold his tongue if he can't prove something.
Yeah, I mean, and I 100% agree with you, which is why I stated in the beginning. It's kind of ironic that he would sue the media for lying about him, considering he is a media outlet himself, and he says a lot of things that are inaccurate about other people. I mean, Joe Biden has dementia. Is there any physician on record that has ever diagnosed Joe Biden with dementia?
You know, that's more of an opinion, and that's something that a
That's
lot
not an
of people
opinion. You either have
speculate.
dementia. Or, he didn't say I think he has dementia. He said he has it. That's not an opinion. When if you don't preface it with I think or it looks like or I suspect, if you just say he has dementia, that's not an opinion. You're saying he has it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think you and I both know that he genuinely believes that.
People genuinely believe Trump is a rapist. That don't make it right.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. But here's the thing. Joe Biden probably does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
We
You
gotta
can't
be
just.
real.
And people, like I said, people genuinely believe Trump is a rapist and would say he probably did rape somebody. You can't just go out there and say something like that because you feel that way.
Yeah, I know, and he probably shouldn't put his foot in his mouth so much. But here's the thing, like, come on, like, it's like when people were saying, like, Jeffrey Epstein didn't, like, that he offed himself. Everyone's like, bitch, please. Like, you know, like.
I get it. I mean, I get it. I 100% agree with you that a large portion of this country believes that Biden is a great believe that Biden has dementia. I'm 100% agreeing with you. But if he does not have it, and you're all over TV telling people he does, and using that as a reason for him not to be, back in the White House, which you're destroying this man's career. If he can get a doctor to prove that that was a lie, that means Trump really hurt him.
Yeah, yeah, but then that's, yeah, but isn't it at that point but like, here's the thing. He was literally said that, like, there was something that he did wrong. I can't remember what it was, but Joe Biden did something where they said, like, he's not competent to stand trial.
He said dementia, though. You can't look if you think his cognitive abilities have failed. After seeing that June 27th debate, that looks like that is so. But when you start attributing specific illnesses to the guy and making diagnoses, if you're inaccurate, you're inaccurate. You can't. Well, I thought he looked like. I assume right is right and wrong is wrong. I mean, you could say all of the women coming forth on Trump. Well, I thought he was a rapist. Wrong is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying I think that Trump is so confident in himself that he knows that if they actually went to court, he would get discovery, and then he'd be proven right, vindicated.
No, I don't. Well, the simple solution is Biden needs to go to the doctor and do a cognitive test or whatever, verify it's wrong, and then sue the shit out of Trump if he gets a physician to say we can clearly see through a brain scan or MRI or whatever the hell they do, you do not have dementia. Then yeah, he should sue Trump for that because Trump has
Yeah,
been
he
all over the
should.
place saying it.
Yeah, no, no, no. I actually think no. I don't actually disagree with you about that. I think that yeah, do it, Joe. Do it. I dare you.
What about the Haitian migrants? What about the Haitian migrants?
That one. Well, see, that one was just unproven. That
Well,
one just
but
didn't
you
have.
but if you're saying that I'm eating people's pets in the neighborhood, and I sue you and say that that's not happening, you kind of got to prove it, right? You don't defame me by saying that you got people phoning in bomb threats, threatening to kill me because they think I'm eating people's pets in the neighborhood. You got to prove what you said, right?
Yeah, but I think through discovery, we could definitely have that happen.
That,
Like, here's the thing. I think people forgot about that, so Trump didn't like send out any investigators to. Because if he really wanted to, he could hire a bunch of private investigators to be like, "Yep, here's the proof."
I
And I
don't
think
think he would
people.
need to, Jeremy. My guess is that town has been flooded with people that support Trump and are not fans of these Haitian migrants that have already been looking for that information. You don't need to send private investigators there. If you could go there, or if I could go there and film somebody doing this, you know how much money we could make off of that video? I guarantee people have already been there trying to do that.
Well, I haven't looked back into it recently. I know that Tyler Oliveira did a whole video where like a lot of people were saying that like Haitian migrants, regardless of whether they're eating dogs or cats, are definitely crashing a lot of cars and don't know how to
But
drive.
that ain't what he said. He said nothing about crashing cars. He said eating cats, dogs, and ducks. If he can't
Yeah.
prove that, those folks have been receiving bomb threats. They had to close down schools and everything. If he cannot prove that, how is that
Some of
not a
those
lawsuit?
threats were proven as hoaxes, though.
The mayor of that town has stated that they received all sorts of negative. I think even the Klan came there because of that. I think even the KKK came there because Trump highlighted that town. He's caused them a lot of
All
misery by
seven
that
of them,
statement.
all seven of the clan.
I guarantee it's more than that. I guarantee you that. You think it's only
And at
seven?
least five out of the seven, and at least 5 out of the 7 are feds.
Oh, okay. Well, you gonna get sued your damn self now. Now you making up shit. But
No, no, I would love for the clan to sue me over a joke. I would love, and I would, hell, even if I lost, I'd be like, I just pissed off the clan. How am I supposed to feel bad about that?
well, it depends on how much you lose. But what's happening to the Haitian migrants is no comedy. That's not comical. I mean, them folks are. You got kids on TV talking about they're scared to go to school because so many people hate them now. Is that not a legitimate lawsuit against Trump?
That could be if it's proven that they aren't doing everything. Yeah, like the dogs and cats thing. I think that's a legitimate lawsuit. But I do think that there is a real problem with Haitian migrants there. I mean, there's no
I
denying
agree
that.
with
Like,
you. I agree with you. I've said on the program many times that Trump often lies when the truth is sufficient. Too many of them in this small town, as you mentioned, they're getting driver's licenses when they really don't know how to drive. Resources, there are legitimate complaints. You don't need to make up that they're eating people's pets. He's actually telling a lie when the truth probably would be sufficient.
yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm MAGA because I like 78% of what Trump does. I'm not MAGA because I think he's a god that is infallible. You
Yeah.
know, I think, and I do agree with you. I think he needs to really reevaluate what he hears and what he says. And I don't mind that he shoots from the hip from time to time, but I would like it if when he did, he was like, if I say this, will I sound stupid?
Well, I'm just simply saying, we could go back and forth. People say all kinds of crazy shit during elections and about their rival politicians. But he is the first to start, well, I'm going to sue everybody that says something wrong about me, knowing damn well you don't said all kinds of lies about everybody. I mean, you got people that are saying that Antifa is responsible for January 6th. There's no evidence of that. They can't prove that. So
Yeah.
should
Well, there
Antifa
is a
start
video of
suing
somebody.
people?
well, I don't think it's Antifa, but I do think the feds had something to do with that.
Once,
And hey, and like, there's actually a video. It's really hard to find because it's been buried. But like, there's actually a video of a guy like shouting. They're like, tomorrow we storm the Capitol. Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. And then everyone around him starts shouting, "Shut up, Fed! Shut up, Fed! Shut up, Fed!"
that doesn't
They're
mean
like all
anything,
yelling at
no.
him like, "You're a Fed!" And like,
Yeah, but that doesn't.
like
That
large
just. I
people
mean,
are
the whole
protesting.
crowd could be wrong. That's not exactly evidence that people around him think he's part of the Fed. People have been killed because everybody thought that person was a snitch, and then after the person was murdered, they found out he didn't snitch on anybody at all. I mean, so just because everybody's yelling "shut up, Fed" don't mean they're accurate. They could have got their information from a bad source.
That's true, but again, if a whole crowd is calling you out and saying that, doesn't it at least look suspicious? Like, hey, why are you the only one calling for this, and everyone else around you? If it was this supposed coordinated attack where everyone is a part of it, why are you the only one who's shouting it, and why is everyone shouting you down?
I mean, it looks suspicious, but that doesn't make it inaccurate at all. I mean, think about the size of MAGA and how many millions of people believe the Haitian migrant story. That's because they all believe that this guy is yelling. You know, that the whole crowd believe this one guy is. Don't mean they're right, because MAGA is not right about the Haitian migrants.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, this is where I'm willing to concede when I feel that you make a real point that I think is true. I think that the truth would suffice. Lies aren't necessary, but the truth will suffice. Like you said,
Yeah.
when the truth is good enough, why lie?
Right.
And unfortunately, Trump has a bit of a problem of believing everything he hears and not saying.
I don't buy that. He don't believe Black Lives Matter when they say the police are. He don't believe everybody. He believes people that say things that are going to benefit him. He don't believe everybody.
Well, not everybody, but I'm saying he doesn't. He's kind of gullible from time to time.
I don't know. I think what he was doing is politically expedient. He heard something that he knew would really resonate with MAGA, such as a bunch of immigrants in this town are hurting the town, and they're from a country we're not very favorable to. I think he has selective hearing, but at the end of the day, the point still remains. So he's suing people who are saying things about him that, let's say, they're not true or they're wrong or they're defaming him, while he's doing the exact same stuff to other people. So what does this lead to? A suing frenzy?
Well, I wouldn't. Well, see, the thing is, sure, I understand that. So you can't just go around suing literally everybody, and a smart person would be strategic about who they sue and who they don't. But honestly, I don't think it's bad for the people to start getting sued for defamatory. I think that we need a little bit more of that. I know I don't like one country that's completely sue crazy, but I'm genuinely in the crowd of like, hey, sometimes your words have to have consequences because they have consequences for other people.
So
You
when
know,
so
like let's say Tim. I said, well, hey, Tim here. He doesn't have a real job. And he mooches off his family. You know, and let's say you do have a real job or something like that. You know, what if that hurts your ability to like
it's a legitimate
promote?
lawsuit.
Yeah.
I can sue for you to make me whole for all the money you cost me from losing that position. I mean,
Yeah.
what if I'm
Like,
running for office? What if I'm running for office and you say I was born in Kenya when I was actually born in Hawaii?
well, again, Trump could get sued for that. I think that would be.
I just
know
can't.
he's a little person.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just can't believe that he of all people sued the media for telling lies on him. I mean, it's hilarious. All of the stuff you don't did, you gonna come and say it's wrong to lie about me? I mean, does he realize the Pandora's box he could have opened?
Yeah, but maybe it's time that Pandora's box get opened anyway. I'm being dead serious. And like this reminds me of the prison TikToker JD Delay.
The name sounds familiar. That's about it.
He's a former convict who talks about his time in the prison system in the federal prison system, and that's kind of how. And he also talks about recovery and stuff like that, and how people can get off drugs and stuff.
Hmm.
And one thing he talked about was Luigi Mangione case,
Yeah.
the CEO of United Healthcare assassination and all that. And one thing he did that I think could get him sued is he said that he started saying that for all the jurors who are going to be deciding this case, just so you know, if you decide wrong, look at the one woman who snitched on the guy and might not get his money. She's going to have her life now because of this. Do you really want that to be you? I think that could be a legitimate lawsuit because that sounds like you're trying to do jury tampering.
Yeah, it could, and it may come up. It actually may come up. But Jeremy, I got to moving on as always. Good talk. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. Always love coming on. See you, Tim.
Same. Thank you. If someone put in the, I wanted to respond to a comment. I don't know if I lost it. Oh, Johnny 11, friend of the program. Johnny says he wants y'all to come after him. It works for him politically. I gotta say, I do agree that going after Trump, even when he's done something genuinely wrong, seems to help him out because there's a large portion of America that views Trump as if he cannot do anything wrong. So it does help him, but I don't know. I don't think you can civilly sue an actual acting president, but perhaps you could go to court and get a judge or something to give a stamp of approval that the minute he steps out of office, this is a valid lawsuit. And of course, it would come out of his legacy or come out of his, what would go to this? Because Trump's getting old. I mean, who knows how long he's going to be around after he's president? But I mean, the idea that he could sue people for lying about him, but you can't sue him for lying about you doesn't make any sense. So I do believe that he opened up the Pandora's box, and for like what Johnny said, suing him helps him out politically. Yeah, but what about Fox and OAN and Newsmax? It ain't helping them out. Because if Trump lies about you, generally his supporters, not just MAGA, but Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax, they follow up and they tell that same lie. So, like the election, Fox News didn't have any evidence of Dominion voting machines or anything like that. They took that straight from Rudolph Giuliani and they just started saying it too. So he could have opened up the door for a lot of right-wing media outlets to start getting sued because they generally repeat whatever he says as if it's fact. We'll see how it goes. Let me go back to the box though. Some of you folks are tapping the screen. I was hoping to get to 10,000. Not yet, huh? Some of you folks are tapping the screen. Many of you are not. Money gets you out anything, anytime, says Kevin. I don't disagree with that at all. Ed says the cry bully Democrats got a taste of their medicine. Yeah, but this one may help the Democrats out. Suing George Stephanopoulos, a media commentator, for lying about Trump opens up the door for. I know for a fact that because I watch so much Fox News, I know for a fact they lie about a whole lot of shit. I mean, they literally took down the fair and balanced moniker because they've went so far to the right. Trump has opened Fox News up to be because I know for a fact. I'm watching Judge Janine Pirro, the evening of January 6th on television, talking about the protest, riot, insurrection, whatever the hell you want to call it. She said that evening that was Antifa. Just based on nothing. You're sitting in a studio in New York. You're not even in DC. How the hell do you know that? So I know for a fact that whatever you want to think of MSNBC, The View, or Fox News is the same thing in reverse. If you watch Outnumbered or if you watch Five, that's exactly what they do in The View. It's just in reverse. That's not all fact. So, yeah, Trump's doing great with his lawsuit, but he may have opened up many of his supporters to really pay a price by suing people. That's what I'm saying. Let me go back to the box. Hey, Tim. Hey, good evening. I don't know what I just hit there, but we'll continue on with Mike. Good evening. One of my subscribers, as always. Good evening, Mike. What do you think? Am I getting it wrong? Trump potentially opening a Pandora's box by suing media that speaks either ill of him or outright lies. Do you think he may have opened up a Pandora's box, as I'm stating?
Well, of course. Well, it's been open. See, what Jeremy? Anyway, I can't do it with Jeremy. Listen,
what did my last caller say? Jeremy's good people. What did he say that you disagree with?
man, it's always, it's all this manganese language. That's what I guess manganese. All this manganese shit. And listen, so
Manganese.
he's already done it. He's already done it. How many? Look at Rudy Giuliani right now.
Yeah.
Look at Rudy Giuliani right now. Fox had to pay money. Or look at all these people that have repeated those lies and have had to pay for it with their careers. Rudy Giuliani said he can't buy groceries now. Why is that? He's just repeating the lies.
Yeah. Giuliani. Well, I don't know. I don't think Giuliani was just repeating the lies. My guess, Giuliani's an attorney. My guess is a lot of the things that Giuliani said that were not true originated with Giuliani. He was hoping Trump would win. Trump would put him in a position of power, a la Elon Musk or some of these folks now. And he was making up lies on behalf of Trump on his own. I don't think, like the whole Ruby Freeman passing around USB drives like vials of crack, he made that shit up himself. Nobody told him to do that. He made that up.
But it started, he made up those lies. That's how crazy it is. He made up those lies, but it started with the big lie. It started with the J6 Stop the Steal lie.
Yeah.
And everything that happened after that came from the top of the food chain. And now everybody beneath him, and then Rudy's getting sued, and Trump, anybody help Rudy?
No, not yet. That's not to say they won't. I think when you got Elon Musk on the team, and thank you, JPT Farms for the hat mustache. Yeah, thank you. When you got Elon Musk on the team, he can get you out of it. I mean, Elon Musk can get you out of a jam by giving you the money that's under his couch. Pocket change. All right, look, you struggling. Here's $1 million. Shut the fuck up. Go somewhere. I mean, he can do that. So they got Elon Musk on the team.
And listen, maybe it happens, but you're not wrong. These are all lies. These are all lies.
Yeah.
It's all, he does put everybody at risk at defamation. I do disagree. I don't think it's the same as NBC, and I don't think it's the same as The View. Because I don't think they're lying. I think they have an opinion.
No, I think Whoopi and Joy Behar have been. I think because I watch The View every day, just like I watch a lot of shows on on Fox News. I like to get a little bit of both sides. I think at least one of them have called him a rapist. Either Sonny Hostin, Whoopi Goldberg, or Joy Behar. I think one of them, or even the Cuban girl that comes on there once a week. I think some of them have said that about him.
He's an adjudicated rapist. That's a fact. That's not a lie.
Then how the hell did George Stephanopoulos lose?
Listen, I don't know the details about that.
Yeah.
But I know that he's an adjudicated rapist.
I got an answer for the question I just asked you. And I'm speculating here, but I thought he was an adjudicated rapist, just like you said as well. At least from a civil standpoint, they found him liable. What I think is this. Trump is in a position right now where people are viewing him as, if I can't beat him, I might as well join him. You got Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and all of them meeting with Trump. Folks are just like, we can't beat him, we might as well join him. My guess is the Disney network that owns ABC, where George Stephanopoulos is an employee, just decided it's probably in our best interest to just settle out of court with this little 15 mil or whatever, as opposed to having the MAGA maniacs trying to tear down all of the Disney shows and affiliation. It could cost us a lot more money. Just settle out of court with them for 15 million to make it go away. I believe that, even if it's true, I believe that's probably what likely happened.
Okay, watch this. So, Jeremy, if you're listening, what Tim said was an opinion. What Tim said was a thought of his. It wasn't factual. It was an opinion. See, that's the difference between what Trump says as factual and what you said as an opinion.
Yeah, because I threw the words "I believe" in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see how that works, Jeremy?
Yeah.
You see how that works, Jeremy? But listen, he is an adjudicated rapist. That's not me saying that. That's what happened, right? And think about this. Think about this. The only reason that happened is because he defamed her.
Yeah.
She wasn't going after him. He said what he said about her.
Yeah.
And she said, no, I'm not letting that ride, and I'm taking it to court.
Yeah.
Right?
That is true.
Yeah, he is opening up. He is opening Pandora's box with this nonsense for no reason. But what's different, Tim?
What do you mean?
This is what he does. This is what they do. They've been doing it. The fame and the Haitians, the fame, and just put it out there because they know their followers will grab a hold to it. They ruin those people. Rudy Giuliani ruined those women's lives in Atlanta. I mean, in Georgia, behind a lie.
Yeah. Well, he made it. He certainly made up for that now. I'm sure those women are considerably more wealthy than they ever have been in their life. You don't have to get a lot from Rudolph Giuliani. He's not going to pay the whole lot, so we know that. But hell, I mean, when you're an average American making $40,000 to $60,000 a year or whatever the median salary is, you don't need a lot of his money to be very well off.
No, you don't financially, but emotionally dealing with
Yeah.
people walking in your house.
It's not
And I mean,
safe
it's
to,
just
yeah.
crazy.
Certain neighborhoods they
It's
probably
just
can't walk in. Yeah, that's true. They're not safe.
they're still dealing with that. They're still dealing with that. Ruby and her daughter are still dealing with threats and death threats and all unalive threats and all that stuff behind that.
Yeah.
And then Rudy wants us to feel sorry for them. It's just ridiculous, man. But you know what, Tim, is par for the course. He's not gonna stop being who he is. He's gonna keep doing what he does. It's just simple as that. Now he's trying to get the Republicans not to sign this last deal.
I think that's Elon. I think that's Elon that's behind that, and Trump is going to. I think Trump. I don't mean. Listen, Trump is beholden to nobody. He's at the top of the food chain, but I do think he kind of feels like he owes Elon a little bit. I think he's letting Elon act in a way that's well beyond the power he's supposed to have.
I would listen. You're not going to get any argument from me about his questionable conduct coming from Trump or any of them. But the fact is, he's doing it again. He did it with the border bill, and now he's telling them not to do it. And now let's see how many of them capitulate to that just because he said it. Because they just came to terms and agreed on it.
Yeah.
They just came to listen. They went and did their job. They finally went and did their job as a Congress. It's supposed to be bipartisan, and he's saying no. So let's see how many of them turn around and change their minds on the very thing they just agreed to.
If you get both Trump and Elon saying that if you sign this bill, you should be primary, ain't none of them gonna go against that. I think that'll lock in every Republican you need. If both of them are threatening, if you're a member of Congress at this point, I mean, because it does look like Trump is going to run an administration that's going to be authored by threats. If you don't do what he wants, he's going to threaten to have you fired out publicly, which we know MAGA will follow through on. So I don't think any of them are going to go against him.
They just signed it. They just agreed that it was a bipartisan bill to be signed. Now, because he says that they're going to change it, and they're never held accountable for it. They're never held accountable for it. It was a lie about FEMA. That was a lie. That was a flat out lie. He told. Where's the consequence for that?
Yeah.
About I mean, listen. You
talking about FEMA was only helping out. Was it Democrats and leaving Republicans out in the lurch?
Yes, and then it was only a certain. All that was a lie, and he knew that.
Well, not all of it. Wasn't there a woman that actually did get fired for telling FEMA employees to not go to houses that had Trump signs in front of them? I mean, there is one person that got actually caught doing it.
That part I don't remember. I'm talking about him. I'm talking about his words saying that FEMA was only giving out $750 and the Democrat. I mean, it's just insane how much of this stuff that we talk about and we know it's all lie. You said it earlier. How he has a lot of nerve to want to sue somebody.
That is funny. That's hilarious. Yeah.
Why is it all the lies that he's told? All the lies he's told. Not only all the lies he's told, that now his supporters try to make sense of them and try to support them because it's all out of context and it's all right. Yeah. It's all of that stuff in their lies. They're flat out lies, and they continue to support them. And at the end of the day, and they try to make excuses for them. And it's sad because people are being impacted by these things.
That is true. All right, Mike. And he is our president, though. So this is what we voted for. This is what we got. Got to make do. Appreciate it, Mike.
I didn't vote for this shit. Stop telling me I voted for this. I didn't vote for this shit. I didn't.
You're part of this country, and this country voted for that man.
But I didn't vote for him.
But say it with me, Mike. He is your president. He is our president, right?
He hasn't been sworn in yet. I don't have to. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I don't speak Maganese, so I don't know if we'll ever be able to communicate with one another anyway.
All right. So you won't say he's your president.
I'm not saying it yet. Nope. I'm not saying it yet.
Would you say it after January 20th?
I don't know, man. Depends on how much liquor I have that day. I might say, if you catch me on the right live with the right level of Jack and Coke, I might say it.
All right.
I might say it.
T-Pain and Jamie Foxx. Blame it on the alcohol.
But you can't hold me to it.
All right.
You can't hold me to it.
We'll be talking.
All
Thank
right,
you,
man.
Mike. All right.
All right, later.
Appreciate it. T-Pain and Jamie Foxx. Blame it on the alcohol. Real quick, looking in the comments here. Colin Radley, appreciate the super chat. Y'all still can't tell the difference between Trump joking and lying. He's been trolling for so long and getting away with it. True, he has been trolling for a long time and getting away with it. But in regards to the difference between a joke and a lie, I mean, there's a definition of what is a lie. There's a definition of what is a joke. Keep in mind, you can be joking and lying at the same time. You ever see the movie with Commando? You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, years ago, that movie Commando. He's holding the guy at the edge of the cliff, and he says something to the nature of, remember when I told you I was going to kill you last? And the guy goes, yeah. And he drops the guy off the cliff and says, I lied. Well, that's a joke and that's a lie. You can tell a joke and a lie simultaneously. So just because Trump is joking about something don't mean he ain't lying about it as well. You can do both. Simultaneously, by the way. Looking in the comments, Democrats, and I can't believe I brought up Commando. Damn, it just came to mind when he said that. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can do 15,000. Let's see if we can do 15,000 likes. I appreciate that. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We all have flaws. Yeah, we do all have flaws. But if Trump can sue you for yours, you probably can sue him for his. Real quick before I continue on with the program. And by the way, we are also, in addition to talking about this lawsuit stuff, we're also talking about the fact that Canada, within the last 24 hours, have pledged as much as $1 billion to secure their border with the United States. This is a huge win for Trump. Give it up for Trump. He simply threatened to impose tariffs on the Canadians, and they've already stepped up and they're doing what he demanded. Is that not looking like he could indeed be an effective leader? I mean, look, I'm willing to criticize what criticism is due, but you got to get a man his props if he's accomplishing things. He threatened to impose huge tariffs on Canada, and here Canada, boom, before he's even president, has already pledged to spend up to $1 billion securing their border with the United States. Does Trump get credit for that? Should he get credit for that? My take is he should. I want to hear from you folks, though. I wonder why Canada would all of a sudden secure their border, says Shagway, because of what Trump is threatening to do. I'm going to suggest, like I said, I'm known to criticize Trump plenty of times, and I think he's done something wrong. But I think this is a case where it's being done, and Trump deserves credit. I don't believe 4 more years of Biden would have ever saw Canada pledge $1 billion to secure the border. That is coming because of Trump, in my opinion. And G says, so now, oh my God, sore throat there. So now you guys are mad. What does that say? So now you guys are mad he's going to cancel crazy like the left has been doing for many years now. Telling Americans Biden was ready for another term was out of context. Well, you can tell Americans that Biden is in cognitive decline. You can tell Americans that Biden don't seem like he know. I mean, there are ways to word something. You ever hear somebody tell you that, let's P. Diddy, for instance, allegedly is what when you just say something flat out without throwing in allegedly or my opinion is or my analysis is, that's when you cross the line. Trump doesn't throw those disclaimers in there. He flat out says this stuff is happening. So that's the difference, Ed G. So you say, so now you guys are mad he's going to cancel crazy. He's not going to cancel crazy. He's just going to replace it with right-wing versions of being crazy. He's not going to cancel crazy. He's going to cancel liberal craziness. And he's going to replace it with Republican craziness. He is just as far, well, and I won't say Trump is, but folks that support Trump and that Trump is letting do their thing Many of them are just as far to the right as some of the folks you're complaining about are far to the left. I don't believe Trump is far right, but I do believe he's RFK, for instance. Some of that shit is pretty damn wild. He's talking about getting rid of the polio vaccine. Going back to the bots, just got here. I heard Republican craziness. I'm down with that, says Paul Smith. Good evening, Paul. Thank you for coming through. Tap the screen, folks. Get the lights on up. We'll go straight to Fur the Grade. Good evening, Fur. Man, you just as crazy as Trump. Well, sometimes it's fun to be a little bit crazy. As long as you don't get sued, you know. Fur, good evening. Fur the Great.
What's up, man? It's Fur back, bro.
All right, appreciate it. You got all these, you got more names than a porn star, man. All right, Fur back.
You gotta keep it moving in these TikToks.
I understand. So are we giving Trump credit? You got Trudeau, you got Canada already pledging $1 billion to secure their border. Can we get Trump a little bit of an applause?
Awesome.
Yeah, I could go with that if we give Miss Harris her applause for getting those South American countries to do their part for their border, for our southern border.
Wait. South.
They gave a lot of money. Yeah, they gave all that stuff where they say she was the czar and this and that, but she was down there, and in Ecuador and all down up in there doing her thing. Well, a lot of those countries pledged money to get that under control as well. So if we can
when did this happen?
Go with Trump. This happened over the past year.
Okay. Well, why did she wait so damn long?
Well, like I said, man, I like it.
Okay, hold on. Let me interrupt and ask you. Let me interrupt and ask you this. Even if Biden's border bill, for instance, the bipartisan border bill that Trump shot down, and now you mentioning Kamala Harris going down there and getting them to pledge to secure their borders. Does it not look at least a little disingenuous that they wait to the end of their term when people are bitching about the lack of border security to start doing something? Does that not look a little bit suspicious?
I mean, if you look at it that way, but I guess I would say that I didn't expect it to happen overnight. I mean,
you're in the last year of your presidency, and you're getting all of a sudden you're getting all this shit accomplished in the last year when everybody's upset about the border. In other words, if people were not screaming out about the border, do you think they would have even done that stuff?
I mean, well, Tim, you know me.
Don't make me sue you for lying.
The border is stupid as hell for me.
What do you mean?
Me personally, I think that's one of the dumbest issues that we argue about. Because, I mean, let's just be real about it. I mean, the people that's against it, they don't know that these same migrants, immigrants, cheap labor, whatever you want to call them, identify them as, are going to save our social nets. I mean, they're going to save us.
Yeah, but you don't.
I mean, that's the brass tacks.
I get the argument. I get the argument that we need immigrants here to do some jobs that no Americans want. But, I mean, the question becomes, do you need 18 million of them, though? Or whatever the number is?
I'll tell you this. If I had a ranch, I got 18 million of them. I don't give a damn. I mean, we live in a capitalistic country. Let's not get it twisted. You know, the same rugs and party favors that people are against. You know, nobody puts, in my opinion, I say legalize all that shit. Because if I could get Fent at the gas station, I'm going to still give me a pack of Newports. I'm not looking for Fent.
So would you have if it's up to you, do you believe we should have any border security at all? I mean, like you said, we need them over here. Would you just let the border be open?
I would, because our schools are. I've told you this before.
Explain.
If we ain't willing to put a fucking wall around every fucking school in this nation, y'all can miss me with the fucking caring about the kids and the border and crime. I mean, come on.
But there is walls around the schools.
Physical walls.
Well, keep in mind, it doesn't matter what wall you put up around the school. Most of the school shootings are coming from the students themselves. Like this one in Madison, doesn't matter how high the wall have been. The student that did that in Madison, Wisconsin earlier this week was a student of that school, so they would have let her in. And it was a girl, by the way, too. That's even more unusual. It was a 15-year-old girl that did that.
You know, prisons have walls around them, and they have security and check-ins before you come in.
Yeah.
So that's my point.
So how much security do you want at a school?
However it takes. 18 million officers.
Jesus Christ. All right,
I'm
okay.
just saying that the kids are so fucking important. You know, I've told you before, you know, the people that are on the right side of the aisle, they pro-birth but not pro-life.
But how do you respond to somebody like Johnny who would say, it's actually your party, the liberals, that are against all of this extra security like firearms in teachers' hands and things like that? It's the liberals that are against the wall and all this protection that you're demanding that the schools get.
I never once said give a teacher a pew-pew. Give the fucking armed guards at the gate like they do at the prisons. I don't give a damn if it's 18 wands, dogs, or whatever the fuck else it takes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. And I think if you go to school and you got social media, the fucking school should have a right to get access to that shit. If we give a damn about the kids, bro, I'm just saying.
So when you go into a penal institution, oftentimes you go in, you know, one door comes open, you go in that door comes down before you can get into the next one. You want all that at schools, huh? Barbed wire and all of that.
I tell you what, I got 4 kids, and by the grace of whoever you believe in, they still alive. So I don't give a damn what it takes. If they go to school, they supposed to come back the way they left. I don't give a damn if you taking a 4th grader and making his ass Kegel squat and cough. I don't give a damn at this point, man.
So you want to
have his parents there. Have his parents there. I don't give a shit what it takes, man. This is ridiculous. What are we doing?
Strip search the kids upon entry.
Hey, what are we doing? I mean, I'm just saying. You know, that's why I say I don't give a shit about the border. I'm 47 years old. I think you're a little older than me. We can make the border a fucking issue as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a good point, though. I mean, I'm for border security, but I think you raise a good point in regards to saying that if you really cared about, you wouldn't let the kids go through what they're going through in schools. You can't, you know, what you're basically saying is miss me out with all this bullshit about the border when the damn kids ain't even safe in schools. I don't disagree with that. I mean, you worded it in an extravagant way, but I get your point. I do get your point.
Yeah, and that's my point, man. So, I mean, you know, like I've told you before, I don't really give a shit about the border. Because, like I said, we're in a capitalistic country. I don't know if you ever had a house remodeled or roof. You know, I called the guys that got a fucking commercial on my local news, and they want 10,000 more than the guy at Home Depot. They asked me for a fucking lighter. You know what I'm saying? For a light. So, I mean, come on, man. We can't be about saving money and trying to cut corners to be the, you know, economic power we can be as individuals and be against that, in my humble opinion.
I get your point, and it's well said that that certainly. I mean, and it goes much further beyond just not securing the schools. I mean, we don't care if kids eat; they're shooting down free lunch programs. Obviously, universal health care wasn't favored. I mean, if we really cared about kids, there's so many areas to point out why it looks like we do not. So, your point is well taken.
Man, I bet the Golden Arcus has unalived more people than we could ever fucking put a number to. But anytime you pass one of those some bitches, they full as hell.
You talking about McDonald's? Well,
yeah.
But you got RFK now. That's going to be fixed.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Brain and the Worm Head, whatever. Like I said, man, and now we got the good old running back, Herschel Walker.
Oh, my God. Ambassador to the Bahamas? Really? What is Herschel Walker? Ambassador to the Bahamas. I mean, but I got to say that's the most cushy job you could ever get. I mean, Bahamas, we're allies with the Bahamas. That ain't going to be much other than American citizens that are there. Maybe they need a ride home or they don't got in trouble while they're there. I mean, it ain't going to be much to that. That's an easy job.
He's still in shape, but can you see him now with a lifeguard, red shorts and holding a coconut with the Heisman pose? You feel me?
That is simply a, you looked out for me. I want to return the favor by giving you this position. That's all that is Trump giving him a little something for running for Senate and backing up Trump. I'm surprised. Tim Scott, I love you, man. He didn't do shit for him, huh?
His check didn't clear. Bro. You read between lines. Trump for sale, bro. You just said Elon. Trump shot his wife, man. You put somebody in there, you put someone next to you that's just as egotistical and powerful than you are, and probably more so.
More so.
Man,
Yeah, Trump. Yeah,
man,
Elon Musk got a hell of a lot of global power. I mean, when you're the richest man on the planet, yeah, you can make a lot happen. Elon Musk is extremely powerful.
yeah, and I think he thought he would gain favor or some kind of advantage to having close to you. But
He
you ask the
will.
guys that handle rattlesnakes, you get bit sometimes. It don't always end that way.
It wouldn't surprise me if Trump and Elon eventually have a falling out. That would not surprise me at all. But like I said, when you're the richest man on earth, you can get a lot done. I mean, people. I mean, when you putting $450 million of your own personal money into a campaign, you're gonna get something back. And I asked that question, and I did a a YouTube short or whatever today, and asked that. You think this guy just gave that kind of money out of the kindness of his heart, just wanted to make America great again, or do you think he's expecting something back for that huge campaign contribution? 450. What if his name was George Soros? What would we be saying?
Saying that.
Mark
Saying what I'm saying.
Zuckerberg, Bill Gates.
Saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I mean, you would be saying he's for sale, obviously. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
But because he, like I told you before, all you gotta do is say MAGA or Make America Great after every fuck up, and it just disappears in MAGA universe.
So you mean if I go out and I got if I got a girl or something like that and I slip up and get with a side piece and she can't MAGA, it'll make her forget about it.
Slap your red hat on, brother, and wave that finger, you be good as gold, bro.
Shit, then I gotta get down with MAGA. Let me put on my red hat. Shit, MAGA makes everything forgiving. I gotta go. I like it though. I like it.
Did you hear Earthquake Joe talking about what kind of woman he wanted?
I think I did hear him say something like, what did he say? I heard the
He said,
joke.
I want a MAGA supporter for a woman because no matter what the
He said, that's fake news. That's fake news. Yeah.
But I believe on this, man, and you can catch it up on the other side.
All right.
I'll give him, we could go with giving him his kudos for what Canada's doing, but Canada may be isolating themselves, man. It may not be the border security we think. If it comes with those, threats of energy being cut back and their support and they're securing their border, yeah, they did draw a line in the sand, in my opinion.
All right. We'll see what happens. Appreciate it, Furback.
Brother.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. And we are talking about, in fact, actually, I had three subjects. We're certainly talking about Trump suing the media, sued ABC, George Stephanopoulos, got $15 million out of them. My take is that Disney didn't want no part of Trump. Disney didn't want no part of MAGA because Disney has its own streaming network. There's obviously the theme parks in Atlanta. I mean, not Atlanta, in Orlando and Anaheim, California. I mean, there's a lot of places you can attack Disney. $15 million to Disney is not that much money. So when George Stephanopoulos slipped up and called Trump a grapist, and Trump decided to sue, I think there is a certain case to be made because there is a judge that ruled that Trump, in his civil suit, they ruled that Trump likely did sexually violate E.G. and Carroll. So George Stephanopoulos could have fought and delayed that case. But my guess is Disney didn't want any part of Trump, didn't want any part of MAGA, because that's who eventually. You always hear about the liberals are all about boycotting and they're snowflakes. No, the right boycotts too. If the right doesn't like something, they will boycott just as fast as the liberals. So all of this, liberals are about cancel culture. Go ask the Dixie chicks about right-wing cancel culture. Remember during the Iraq War? The right will cancel you too. And that's my guess is that Disney didn't want any part of Trump. Just give him the $15 million, let him go celebrate with it or whatever. And all of our subsidiaries, all of our businesses are, not necessarily going to be harmed by continued outbursts from Trump at every damn rally, at every damn speech, telling people to not patronize Disney. So I think they just settled. I don't necessarily think that Trump had a guaranteed winner there. It just, some cases are not worth the pursuit. That's why they have NDAs. Looking in the comments, Ed G, if Elon donated it to Democrats, you guys would have said it was for the greater good, like electric vehicles, global warming, throw in LGBT to justify. 100% agree with you, Ed G. 100% agree with you. I'm just simply talking about the hypocrisy. If Elon Musk had donated $450 million to the campaign of Kamala Harris, you are correct. The Democrats would be saying it's for the greater good, et cetera, et cetera. But what would MAGA, what would the Republicans be saying? They would be saying just the opposite of what they're saying now. He would be put in the demonization category right alongside George Soros and Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg. You would be saying just the opposite of what you're saying now. So the fact is, money can change people's minds. Because Elon Musk, when he first came out with the electric cars, he was viewed as liberal. There was liberals. There were Republicans that had a lot of choice words for Elon Musk until he started endorsing Ron DeSantis and showing that he was a right winger. You guys didn't like him until he came to your side and started forking over money. Then all of a sudden he became the greatest thing since sliced bread. So it does work both ways. Continuing on with the program. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Get me close to 20,000. Maybe 30 might even happen. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. That's how the program is ran. By the way, if you do enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and we do believe in free speech, we go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, I implore that you follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Generally, Monday through Friday, we're here. Going back to the box, Twisted 7-7. Busy day, somewhat of a busy day in the news. Good evening, Twisted. Are you there?
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So what am I getting wrong? You usually can point out things that you disagree with. Tell me what I'm getting wrong so far about Trump suing, opening up a Pandora's box for other entities to be sued.
Well, I wouldn't say he opened up a Pandora's box. It's not like this is not the first time that a news agency has been sued.
A politician suing
with Fox.
Give me an example. A politician suing. Okay, yeah.
Well, no, you're right. You're right in that respect. But I don't think it's a Pandora's box, honestly. And I agree with you in the fact that I think Disney settled just to settle and not want to deal with it because he was suing in Florida, which went heavily for Trump.
Right. That too.
They might have thought, we're going to lose this because they have judges there that are in favor of him. So easier just to settle out of court.
Yeah.
Which is
and the cancel culture of MAGA.
Well, yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Both sides have cancel culture.
Right.
I don't think it's as prevalent on the right as it is on the left, but it does exist.
Right. It's probably not as prevalent on the right as on the left because you guys don't have as many people sitting at the table as the left. You might have the pro-Hamas people. You might have Black Lives Matter, maybe the feminist group. We got a lot of people that sit at the table, so each one of them might get pissed off at something and want to cancel something. For the most part on the right, straight white Christian males, as long as you keep them satisfied, you're kind of okay with the Republicans.
I don't know if it's all just...
Give me another group. Give me another group. Give me another group that matters with the Republican Party outside of straight white Christian males. As long as you're in favor of straight, white, Christian, and most of the females believe in the hierarchy that you get out the Bible where man is above woman. So give me another group.
I know plenty of gay men who are Republicans.
Do you think the Republican Party is going to give the gay folks a seat at the table for their issues?
As far as I know, I don't have any.
They didn't even want them to get married.
Think about the fact that Trump was the first president to come into office supporting gay marriage before he was ever elected. That didn't happen before.
I seen Barack Obama legalize gay marriage and light the White House rainbow colors, and the Republicans went ape shit. They weren't in favor of same-sex marriage. Trump is in favor of something that's already been legalized. He can't do nothing about it. So, yeah, he's in favor of it now. There's nothing.
Obama came into office not agreeing with it, if you recall.
Yeah, and he changed his mind and made it legal.
What I said was, and I didn't say anything about Republicans. I said Trump was the first person to come into office.
Okay,
first president
big difference. Yeah, difference. Okay, all right.
Okay, and personally, I don't have a problem with it either. I don't care.
Okay.
Honestly, don't give a shit.
But you do know the Republican Party has a problem with it.
Some of them do, yes.
Okay.
All right. It has to do with their Christian values.
Let me ask it to you this way. Let me ask it to you this way. If we go back to states' rights on that issue, do you think that there would be any states at all out there that would prevent same-sex marriages? If we went back to a states' rights atmosphere, do you see any states that would actually ban that?
Not that I can think of.
Really?
I don't know the policies of the other states other than one that I live in. You know what I mean? So it's not fair for me to speak on what other states might do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but you know,
I mean,
if a
I'm
state is
sure-
far to the left or far to the right. I mean, just like, for instance, let's say transgender surgery for people in prison. If you ask most people on the right, if that became a states' rights issue, do you think there's some states that would be okay with it? They could come up with states that would be like, yeah, California or this state would be. So all of a sudden, if you're talking about banning gay marriage, yeah, there would be right-wing states that would ban that.
Well, I mean, those are two completely different issues.
Yeah.
And for the most part,
One's left, one's
for the most
right.
part, with the first one, most of them would say, "Who's going to pay for it?"
What do you mean? Pay for it out.
So if you want to give people surgeries in prison, those transgender surgeries, who's paying for it?
Well, obviously, it would end up being the taxpayer. Well, I would say the
Well,
taxpayers.
And that's where the issue would lie. They're saying, well, why should I pay for that?
You know, and I understand the argument. I'm not disagreeing with you one bit, but here's something I don't get. Why are folks always talking about things they don't want their tax money to go to, as if it's going to make any damn bit of a difference in your life? You're not going to pay if they legalize transgender surgery for inmates versus if they outlaw it. You're not going to see one damn change on your taxes whatsoever. I mean, people are complaining about where their tax money is going, when at the end of the day, it ain't gonna make no change to how much I mean, like right now, we're sending money or sending weapons to the Ukraine. Once that war is over, you think your taxes are gonna change?
Well, that's the whole point. We want the taxes to change. We want our government to stop spending so much, spending more. I mean, you've run a company, right?
Say that again.
You've run a company yourself,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay,
More than
I
once,
run a
yeah.
company now. So if I run my company or if you run your company where you're always spending way more than you're making, how long does that company exist?
Not long. But it still goes back to my original statement. Even if we bring down the deficit, chances are your taxes are not going to change. You're going to still make the same money you were making. You're going to still bring home the same money you were bringing. It ain't going to make no difference to the average American, whether we get the deficit under control or not.
I'd like to believe that's not true. I'd like to believe that we can actually get to a point where our government is not so large and doesn't spend so much on shit that we don't want them to spend it on.
Yeah.
I don't want my tax dollars going overseas. You don't either.
I hear all of that, but
lining somebody's pockets. I don't either.
I hear all of that,
if
but
that
if it doesn't make a damn bit of a difference in my life, I mean, does it really matter? Other than it makes you feel good knowing the money's not going
If
there.
it does,
How?
if the government spends less and they don't have to take as much from you, wouldn't that make you happy? Wouldn't it make you happy to have more in your pocket?
If they didn't take as much from me, yes. But we've seen. Okay, here's an example. Here's an example. You know, you look at the deficit under, you know, Biden, Trump, Obama. The further back you go, the less we were in debt. Now, I don't see where Americans were bragging 15 years ago that they were paying less taxes, and now they have to pay more because we have more deficit spending. They were taking the money from you then too. So what I'm saying is that ain't gonna make a difference in your personal life at all.
Yeah, but now they're just printing more money. You understand? And which is making our the value of the dollar just drop to the floor.
6 months after Trump is in office, he'll be telling you that shit is the best it's ever been. He'll be bragging about the strength of the U.S. dollar.
Well, we shall see on that point. We can't.
Have you ever known him not to brag?
But sure, yeah, he brags a lot.
Yeah. 6 months after he's in office, he'll be bragging that 6 months after he's in office, he'll be bragging that this is the best economy U.S. has ever had.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully it is. Hopefully we're all making money.
All right.
Hopefully we're all paying less taxes. I mean, that's the whole point, right?
And Duke says that MAGA will believe it. But yeah, I listen. Like I said, if I felt there was validity in what you're saying, whereas if our tax money didn't go to this or this or this, we would get genuine discounts, I would agree with you. But I don't believe it. I think if we stop sending money to the Ukraine, they'll come up with an excuse to make our military bigger. They're going to spend that money on something. You're not going to see any difference in your life. Other than, well, what you complained about, the money's not going there and it's going to something else you like now. But at the end of the day, you ain't gonna
Well,
bring a damn penny home extra.
well, we shall see now, shall we?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean,
And
I think
hopefully I'm right and you're wrong. And hopefully you're wrong.
I want to
I
be
know you
wrong.
hope you're wrong too.
I
I
want
know
to.
you want to be wrong.
If I can,
So why don't we go into this with a little positivity instead of always being negative?
because I got 50 years of
A little bit of
negativity to base it on. Twisted, I got 50
I
years
know,
of
but you know what?
negativity.
I want hope,
I,
just like you want to hope,
I
right?
saw
Just like all these other people, they all want to hope that he's right.
this would be a
They don't
lot
want to
easier.
say it.
Twisted. This would be a lot easier if we hadn't had 4 years of Trump and he was some new guy. I've seen Trump in office already. I didn't see my paychecks go up under him. I heard him bragging about how great the economy was doing. I didn't make more money under Trump. I didn't see taxes go down for me under him of any significance. It
They
didn't
did.
change like that.
Wait. What did you just say? Of any significance? So they did go down. You did get more money. It wasn't as much as you wanted.
It wasn't
sure.
even fucking noticeable.
Well, but it was there. But the point was, it was there. It was starting, and then
Starting.
shit happened.
Starting. Okay.
Well, again, we also had an unprecedented epidemic that kind of threw a wrench in there.
I don't
But it was
disagree with
going
that.
in that direction. It was going in that direction, and things
Well,
shit happened
What,
that we
what,
can't control.
well, but my point is, all of these things we're complaining about where our tax money is going. At the end of the day, I don't believe stopping your tax money from going to this or going to that is going to result in you bringing home any extra money personally. You'll just be happy to know tax money ain't going. I mean, for instance, how many people that are incarcerated want to get transgender surgery? It ain't enough of them to make a big difference on the taxpayer money.
You weren't brought it up, so I assume you have a
No,
number there.
you
'Cause I don't have a
brought
number
it
there, and I
up.
didn't bring it up.
Okay.
No, you brought it up. You brought up transgender surgeries for prisoners. I didn't.
Okay. Well, I'm sticking to what I said though. If
What?
what you said is true, where I actually felt confident I would see some decent tax money in my own personal pocket, I would join your parade and be complaining about all this stuff. But just like the border, all of this stuff, I mean, let's say we stop sending money to the Ukraine. Well, Trump is talking about building a wall and mass deportations. That's going to spend up every penny that was saved right there. I'm not going to see any of that.
Well, I mean, you're going to see a lot less of it since Biden's sawing off those parts of the wall and making us pay for it again.
Yeah, he trolling with that.
There's your own party screwing you over. That might have been money in your pocket that you ain't going to get now because they decided, well, we just want to screw them over.
I don't.
And screw the rest of us over
I don't
the
even
process.
even with that. I don't think it's enough of that. It ain't like Trump had all the materials he needed
Well,
to build a
yeah,
wall. He
but-
still need to buy a lot of shit. He still need to hire a lot of people. He's going to
Well-
need judges. He's going to need police. What Biden is doing is dumb as hell. I agree with you there, but it ain't gonna. Even if Biden hadn't have done that, it wasn't gonna make a difference.
If Trump were smart, he'd hire all those illegals to build that wall and then tell them to check the other side and lock the door.
Damn,
That was a joke.
bad one.
That was a
Bad
joke.
one.
And you know who's you know whose joke that was? I think that was George Lopez or Carlos Mencia, one of the two.
Oh my God.
They made that joke, and I thought it was funny. But you see, you thought it was bad, but
It's bad. It's bad. Well, but think about it though. If the immigrants built the wall, then they actually would have quite a bit of experience. They'll know what it's made of. They might know weaknesses. That wouldn't be a good idea. That's like letting the inmates build a prison. That actually ain't a good idea.
I know it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
It was a joke. But you see, he's already doing good on the Canadian border.
I gotta give him credit. I like it. I like it that he's threatened to impose tariffs, and I'm not a fan of the tariffs at all. But if you can threaten it, never have to do it, and get what you want because of it, look, I'll give Trump credit. I mean, if Trudeau and Canada is pledging $1 billion,
But that's part of the point of those tariffs. And he said it when he said about those tariffs in the beginning. When I said there's more context needed, and you're like, oh, there's always more context. He said, unless you do this, I'm going to impose these tariffs. And they said, I guess we're going to have to do that because we don't want the tariffs.
yeah. Well,
So he did exactly what he said he was going to do.
yeah. Now let's see what Mexico does, though, because that's the biggest issue. Most of the border issues
I
are in
don't
Mexico.
think Mexico is going to have a choice in the matter.
You always got a choice. You always got a
Well,
choice.
they got a choice, but they're going to ruin their own economy in the process.
Yeah, but maybe they don't like Trump to the point where they're willing to sacrifice their economies. Think Kim
They're-
Jong Un. Think Cuba. They were willing to sacrifice their countries to not give in to the United States. Maybe Mexico says, "Look, think of it
yeah,
this way.
but
Think of it this way. If you are the president of Mexico or whatever, and Trump is threatening the economy, and you really hate Trump, if we let him impose those tariffs, yeah, it'll hurt us for a while, but it's going to hurt the United States really bad too. I mean, them tariffs would hurt us as well. So perhaps
I mean, I think it all really depends on what we get from Mexico. That it's going to hurt us that bad.
we got
I
a
think it's going to hurt them
lot
a lot
of,
more than it will hurt us.
there's a lot of products that we're utilizing in this country from cars on up that come from Mexico. If he imposed, I don't know how
I mean,
much, go ahead.
there's going to be some Harley riders that are going to be pissed off because their bikes are,
No,
most of the
I'm
parts
talking
are
about
made in
cars and everything. Let's see what happens, but
We
I
make-
guarantee you
Yeah,
this.
but we make cars here. Everything that we get from Mexico, we can get from ourselves.
I'm telling you, as somebody who used to be an over the road driver, I used to run loads from auto factories in Detroit down to Laredo and border towns all the time. A lot of the cars that are being made here, the parts are being assembled and things are coming out of Mexico as well. That car ain't 100% made here. That stuff is coming out of
Oh,
Mexico.
I know that. But
Yeah.
again, that's all their people being employed. So are you gonna screw yourself? You're gonna, cut off your nose to spite your face. I mean, that's what you're saying. Mexico will do that? I don't think they will.
Like I said, we've seen what happened in Cuba. We've seen Iran. We've seen North Korea.
You're talking about Cuba and North Korea. What do they import or what do they export to us?
I'm not talking about import and export.
How relevant are we to their economy? We're not.
We were no when we first imposed when we first started sanctioning Cuba. That country was functioning very well. Havana was a tourist destination. That country was doing very well, and they were willing to let their country fall apart, not cooperate with the United States. But Cuba used to be a really high class tourist destination back in the day. Havana was where everybody was going. And they decided we're not going to bow to the United States no matter what. Some countries don't bow.
But there's a huge difference there. Cuba was communist, so they didn't care. They didn't want to deal with capitalists anyway. And now, they're not quite a democracy. Not quite. And as far as North Korea goes, well, we all know what they are. They're a dictatorship. But the point of the fact
Iran is another one. Iran is another
we don't
country.
get squat from North Korea. They don't import anything to us.
It ain't got nothing to do with the import. You just simply said we're going to destroy Mexico's economy. So that the thought of us destroying their economy is going to make them act.
Their economy relies heavily on us.
So did Cuba. So did Cuba.
Ask any Cuban coming from Cuba and say, "Hey, how's life in Cuba?"
That ain't got nothing to do. Well, here, let me make it clear to you what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you threaten to destroy a country's economy, they don't always back down. We did the same thing to Iran as well. We destroyed their economy. Everybody don't back down. Some people have principles. We're destroying the Russian economy right now. He's not backing down either. Everybody don't back down over money like that.
True, you're right. Not everybody does. But again, we're talking about different styles of government here. When you're talking about a communist or a dictatorship, those people there don't have a choice. Mexico's not either of those. It's a democracy. If that lady decides to destroy their economy just because she don't like Trump, well, she ain't going to be president for much longer now, is she?
It depends on how.
Out because they're not going to want to deal with it. And you got to think about the amount of money that comes from the United States that goes into Mexico, and they're going to say, "Well, we don't want that." You're nuts. You're nuts.
No, I'm telling you.
They want that money. They need that money.
Well, like I said, Cuba needed that money too, but it depends on. I know it sounds good to think that if Trump threatened these people, they're just going to bow down. People don't always bow down. Russia needs that money. We're tearing the Russian economy up right now. Whole businesses left Russia because of American sanctions, and they're not bowing down. Everybody don't bow down. I'm just telling you. No matter how you want to put it, everybody don't bow down like that.
I know what you're saying when it comes to Russia, but you're forgetting the fact that they ever had another huge trading partner in China.
Yeah. And if Mexico
And
fall, think about where Mexico's located. If we start fucking over Mexico, you don't think the Chinese or Russians or somebody would be willing to step in? That's a valuable place to be, considering how close they are to the United States. If we start fucking over Mexico, there's a lot of our adversaries that would love for us to be enemies with that country so that they could get access to it.
so they'll put themselves in a worse position
How? How?
with us, I'm saying.
Well, I'm just telling you. You mentioned
Well,
Chinese
you know what?
trading
That
partners.
wouldn't be honestly, that wouldn't be that bad of a thing because you know the migrant caravans wouldn't be going through Mexico if Russia or China were in there. They
Yeah,
wouldn't make it through.
but in terms of security, us losing our alliance with Mexico would not be good. I mean, if all of a sudden the Chinese or the Russians started doing heavy business with Mexico, that gives them access to the Gulf of Mexico. That gives them access to the Atlantic and Pacific. Maybe they start putting bases in Mexico, all because we wanted a little bit of money and wanted some immigrants to get out. I mean, it could go. This isn't guaranteed to go well. I know if you support Trump and you support what he's doing, but this can go. This can go south as well.
Okay, I know you say that. Now let's look at Canada for instance. They caved right away, right?
Right.
Do you know who else is in Canada? China.
Okay. What's your point?
Hell, they were doing joint military exercises with the Canadians. You think they weren't involved there?
I haven't
Damn
heard
right
of
they
that.
were.
The Chinese and Canadians were doing
Oh,
joint
yes.
military exercises in Canada?
Absolutely. Look it up, dude.
I'd
Or
have
do I have to send you more videos? Because you know I sent you those two the other day. Did you watch them?
No, I haven't seen anything, man. I haven't seen anything.
I sent you.
You realize how many people send me shit? I do get around to watching it, but it takes a while, man. Every day I got a couple hundred messages every day, man. People send me a lot of stuff. I'm not.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to ignore your messages, but I do get a lot of stuff.
Okay, that's 4 minutes worth of videos. Okay, but check it out. Or I'll send you I'll send you the relevant information if you want. But yeah, China and Canada were running joint military exercises. This was a few years ago, or they had planned it. I don't know if they executed it or not, but they were in league with China there.
I haven't
because
heard that.
China has great interest in Canadian oil.
Yeah. Well, not only the oil, but like I said, just like we have interest in the Ukraine territory because of how this proximity to Russia, there's a lot of people who would have who would have interest in both Canada and Mexico because of its proximity to the United States. There's a reason why Russia was trying to put missiles in Cuba. So you start treating these neighboring nations like shit. They do have a ace in the hole or a trump card for, not no pun intended, but they do have a trump card. If you're gonna treat me like shit, then maybe I'll start doing business with some of your enemies.
Well, how have they been treating us?
They ain't treating you that bad.
Well, maybe not Canada, but Mexico? Come on now. They've been letting people run through there, right through our damn border, and ain't done a damn thing about it.
Well, it ain't
They didn't do nothing.
Yeah, but to keep in mind, before Trump, we didn't give a damn about immigrants coming to this country. The immigrants are not coming here to rip America off. They're coming here to meet a demand. There's three things the immigrants are bringing here we're bitching about. We're bitching about them child trafficking, we're bitching about fentanyl and hard drugs, and we're bitching about them taking black jobs. Fact is, there is a huge demand in America for the fentanyl and hard drugs. Nobody in America is complaining that some immigrant held them down and forced them to deal with a child being trafficked. We want that stuff. Everything that the immigrants are supplying, the cheap labor, we want it. That's why it's been happening. It ain't been happening because they're forcing this shit on us. We want it.
You want my opinion. First of all, I think it's a little disingenuous to say that nobody cared before Trump because that's not true at all. Obama was on it, deporter in chief.
The open borders guy?
No. He was for closed borders.
When he was in office, they were saying the liberals were for open borders.
No.
Yeah.
When Obama was in office?
Yeah.
They didn't call him the deporter in chief for
listen, some folks called him this.
But beyond that, I was happy that he was deporting. I was happy with what he was doing. I think he could have done more. But I don't think that our Congress is ever going to fix the problem because they always need something to run on.
I don't think it's something to run on there, Twisted. I think it's too many Americans are making a killing off of what the immigrants are supplying.
I mean, maybe, but I still think And I don't think this is just about immigration, abortion. They don't fix these. They don't solve these problems. They don't quell these concerns because they need something to run on.
Yeah. I don't
I mean,
disagree that people they always want something to run on, but they're the elite in our society. They are making
well,
money. They are benefiting on what the immigrants are bringing here, whether it's cheap labor, whether it's child trafficking, whether it's hard drugs. The elite members of our society is making a killing off of that shit. That's why it continues to happen. There's too many Americans that want what they're bringing in. I got to move it on, no twisted. You know what I got to do. As always, been a pleasure, man.
we'll talk to you later.
Indeed, indeed. I'm going to find what you're sending me, man. Like I said, I'm not trying to ignore what you said. I'm going to look it up.
I'll look it up and I'll send it to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on with the program. And like I said, I appreciate when folks are sending me things. Sometimes I can be schooled. I'm no my opinion, my knowledge is not above any of yours. I enjoy free speech because we exchange ideas. This is not a program where the host is perpetrating himself as a know-it-all. Some of you folks know a hell of a lot more than me, and sometimes I may know more than you. That's why I believe in free speech. By the way, tap the screen. Let's see if we can do about 35,000 on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Ed G, I mean, better yet, Will G. It's finna look like Back to the Future for real. You gotta explain that. Are you talking about making America great, going back in time? You know, Kamala Harris supporters said we're not going back. Trump supporters said the hell you're not. But what do you mean by that? Ed G says, phrase carrying a big stick. Okay, you said tariffs are Trump's big stick. Remember Biden was saying about Obama, you know, what was it? Walk softly and carry a big stick or something like that, which some people started twisting with Obama being a black man to indicate he had a big dick and all that. Weird shit was coming out, but you're saying the phrase carrying a big stick, tariffs are Trump's big stick. Could be. I mean, it looks like, for all intents and purposes, it has worked on Canada. Mexico could be different. We'll see. But it looks like with Canada pledging to give $1 billion or pledging to spend $1 billion to secure their border, it looks like Trump is at the very least defeating Canada. It looks like promises made, promises kept, even before he's in the White House. Right now, based on what I can see, I'm going to say get a man his flowers, get a man his credit. If Canada is stepping up and saying they're going to secure their border by spending $1 billion of their own money, and we all know it's only because of what Trump has been threatening, how does Trump not deserve credit for that? I say give the man his credit. Now, if they don't follow through or something else, then we'll criticize him as needed. But right now, it looks like Trump should get credit for that. Will G, the guy wants the Mexican president not to be president because she is defying Trump. And he talks about democracy bullshit. Yeah, that Claudia, what is her last name? I can't think of it. Her name is Claudine, I think. Claudine something, the Mexican president. She is defying Trump. Trump spoke with her and made it sound like he had a great phone call with her and she was promising to do all this and that. And she got on social media right after him and said, we're not talking about building a wall. I mean, he made it sound like he had already talked to her and they had agreed, Mexico had agreed to build a wall. Trump was taking credit for getting things accomplished in Mexico. And she got on social media and trashed him like that ain't happening. So she is defying Trump, the president of Mexico. But it looks like he is winning in Canada. Will G also says China is about to run circles around us. These MAGA Neanderthals continue to rub two pieces of coal together. Wait a minute, you said China's about to run circles around us as these MAGA Neanderthals continue to rub two pieces of coal together. Well, the MAGA side of the aisle is in favor of continuing to use what I see is outdated fossil fuels. That there is some validity to that, but I don't know if China's going to run circles around them just yet. We'll see about that. I don't know what the Elon Musk factor will be, but it will be a factor. I don't know if it'll be beneficial to Trump. I don't know if Elon and Trump will have a falling out, but Elon is going to have a big, I think Elon is going to have a big historical context in Trump's campaign. And like I said earlier, it wouldn't surprise me if Trump and Elon bumped heads and they fell out with each other. But Elon is clearly not interested in just working with the Department of Government Efficiency or whatever that shit stands for. He's already threatening Congress people that, threatening the primary people and stuff. He's going way above his allotted position. So I don't know what Elon Musk will be in terms of historical context, but he gonna have a big role in the Trump administration. Just like I said before earlier in the live, you don't donate $450 million to somebody's presidential campaign without expecting some serious shit in return. I don't know what it'll be, but if you support Trump and you're trying to pretend like this guy just wants to make America great again, that's bullshit. You know damn well if George Soros, George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg, or Bill Gates gave a liberal presidential candidate $450 million, you wouldn't believe that bullshit. You know you would believe that they're expecting something in return for that much damn money. $450 million out of your own money? He's expecting something. We just don't know what it is. And it ain't the Department of Government Efficiency. It's more than that. Will G, shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Republicans were actually for immigration before immigrants started coming up brown. Damn. Europeans are heavily interconnected between the United States and Europe since 1920s. That is true. That actually is true. And I don't know if it was the Republican Party in specifically though, because the Democratic Party used to have the mindset of the traditional Republican of today. So I don't know if I would say just Republicans, but this country was far more favorable to immigrants when they were coming from Europe than when they were coming from black and brown countries. I don't think there's no way to deny that. I think that is 100% true. Looking in the comments real quick, Sid, Tim, your last caller is insane. That's my boy Twisted77 says my last caller is insane. He worships Trump. Canada never did joint military training with China. Twisted, if you're watching, I didn't think so either. So Twisted, you said you're going to send me something. I need to see that because I watch a lot of Fox. Fox News would have been going ape shit if China was that close doing military exercises with one of our biggest allies. I hadn't heard of that. But Sid says, Tim, your last caller is insane. He worships Trump. Canada never did joint military training with China. MAGA enjoys lying because they learned this from Trump, their Lord and Savior. Damn. Yikes. Let me go back to the box. Like I said, I've never heard of it. And I know how Fox operates. That would not have been viewed favorably. If Trudeau, the Canadians were working with China, Fox News would have been all over that. And I have not heard that. So that's why I thought it was kind of suspect. We were much more favorable to immigrants who came here legally. Moron. Please make the distinction. That's who was that said? I don't know who said it. Shagrock. I don't agree with that because I don't even think we're favorable. I think we were more favorable to the Irish and folks who came here legally than we are to the Haitian migrants, for instance. They came here legally. We're not favorable to them. So I don't even know if I agree with you there. I mean, I understand we want people to come here legally versus illegally, but even when you come here legally from brown countries, they're not very favorable to you. So I got to disagree with you. I got to agree with Will on that. Let me go back to the box and continuing on with Gerald MC. Good evening, Gerald. Welcome to the program. And I'm asking that question. Should Trump get credit? China stepped up, already pledged $1 billion to secure their border. Should Trump get credit for that? I think so. I don't know what just happened with the box. I'm going to switch over to Wi-Fi briefly on TikTok. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Smash that like button on YouTube. Illegal immigrants is the only topic. Kemet, how do you explain it? What do you mean by illegal immigrants are the only topic? That's only one Lord and Savior, that would be God. Oh, there's only one Lord and Savior, and that would be God. Well, I want to agree with you there, but I had someone tell me personally at a Trump rally to my face when I was at a Trump rally that Trump was appointed by God to make this country great. Somebody told me that. DMF, good evening. Welcome to the program, DMF. I tried to bring you up, Gerald. I don't know what happened. DMF, good evening.
Hey, good evening,
Hey,
handsome. How are you
I'm
today?
doing good. I think today is the birth date of DMX, the late rapper. But DMF, asking that question, 450 million to Trump's campaign. What are the chances that Elon Musk wants something for that?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
Elon Musk personally donated over $450 million of his own money. What are the chances
Okay.
he's expecting something for that?
Yeah, a cabinet position.
450 million for a fucking cabinet position, really? That pays about
Hold
100,000 a
on,
year?
hold on. Hold on. But the business that he can get in return for that from a lot of people, think about it.
I mean, he's in the Department of Global Efficiency, so that means we're going to be spending money, in a more efficient way. So how is he going to get? How does he benefit from that?
Well, okay. So think about it, right? There are a lot of people who ended up voting for Trump. The guy won the popular vote, right? So
Right.
everyone who supported Trump is not going to go support Elon Musk because he ended up helping Trump get elected. So then, therefore, the business is going to skyrocket because of that.
What he said? MAGA is going to patronize the businesses of Elon Musk.
It's going to skyrocket because of it.
I don't disagree with that, but you're talking. Did you have to pay 450? I mean, it's going to take a whole lot of skyrocketing to catch up to give you back 450 million bucks. That's almost $500 million.
So put it like this: I do not. If it was not for Elon Musk, I do not think Trump would have won.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Wow. Huh.
I'm just saying. That's just. If it wasn't for people like Elon Musk, if it wasn't for people like Tulsi Gabbard, if it wasn't for people such as Vivek Ramaswamy,
no RFK? You didn't give RFK in that?
RFK as well. No.
Okay.
I was about to mention him. Yeah, if it wasn't for these people, he would have not won.
Wow. I don't disagree with that, but none of them gave him 450 million.
So, I mean, to each their own. But you know what? Hold on. I came on here because I actually wanted to speak on something real quick.
Sure.
There was a gentleman in the chat while I was waiting to come up. One thing I want to say though, right, is that I think that if we would have went with VP Harris, I really do think that we could have been on the verge of becoming like Venezuela.
Based on what? Because I'll let you respond to that. But let me just say this before you do.
Right.
Venezuela's a failed country, socialist country or whatever. I will say this: when Obama got elected, Venezuela's government was still intact because Hugo Chavez was still alive. But Greece was doing really bad financially. And they were saying if Obama get elected, he's going to take everybody's guns and turn us into socialist Greece. So the point I'm just simply trying to make is every Democrat that runs, people believe he's going to turn, he or she, because they said it about Hillary Clinton too, and they believe any Democrat that runs is going to turn America into a socialist country. Obviously, Obama didn't come close to turning America into a socialist country. But your statement about Venezuela, they said the same thing about Obama. It was just Greece at the time.
Okay, so the reason why I said that, did you know that Venezuela, forget all these other countries, Venezuela was actually a very wealthy country. And in fact, most of the oil production actually came from Venezuela at one point, 18.29%.
So what's your
That's
point?
an actual fact.
So, okay.
And so then what ended up happening was that because of socialism, because of communism, and in fact it was democratic socialism, that destroyed Venezuela and made them become the way they are now.
I think it was U.S. sanctions, the death of Hugo Chavez, their leader. I think there's a whole lot more issues that caused Venezuela to be where they're at, other than just, as you're saying, socialism. I mean, they really don't have but they got a leader in place now that people think is part of a coup. They haven't had a government. They have not even had a government for several years. I don't think it's just this socialism or communism. I think it's the fact that, like Syria, where you got a country that's just in disarray, that is the reason that they're not doing very well. And I don't think it's socialism.
Uh, if you talk to Venezuelans like I do, right,
Okay.
they will tell you exactly that. It was the president, it was Hugo Chavez who went and completely destroyed Venezuela. It was their government at one point. The government was hidden. They had a government. It was hidden in a sense. And so then therefore, because of that, Venezuela was actually not able to function properly. So then therefore became
Well,
what they are now.
you started out by saying you talk to Venezuelans. I'll just tell you this: you can find people from any country that'll say anything. Like I get Canadians that come on the program talking about how bad their healthcare system is, or how they wish they had the Second Amendment rights. Well, those are right wing Canadians. I mean, they have a democracy there. They could vote it in. They're not trying to do that. So you can find Americans that talk about how bad America is or how great it is. You just happen to be talking to Venezuelans that have that opinion. That don't mean that is reflective of the entire country, though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Okay, if that this one Hugo Chavez had not been taken out, do you think Venezuela would have been better off?
I think the only thing Venezuela had to do to be better off is cooperate with the United States. That's what killed them. Just like Cuba. Once you start not cooperating with the United States, we destroy your country. Venezuela is suffering because they didn't bow down to the United States. That, to me, that is really all it is. If they had to work with the United States and we didn't impose all of those sanctions where nobody can do business with them of any significance, that's what destroyed Venezuela. It's not the socialism or the communism, any of that. It is America saying that if you don't bow down to our way, we're going to prevent everybody from doing business with you. Even Iran is a perfect example. That used to be a decent country back when they were fighting Iraq back in the 80s, and we used to support them and we were selling them F-14s. People used to go to Tehran and everything. It was a decent country. Once America starts imposing sanctions on you, your country gets destroyed. That's what happened to Venezuela. We destroyed the same thing I mentioned earlier with Cuba. We have deliberately destroyed some countries because they wouldn't adopt our way of life. It ain't that their government is communist. No, it's that they didn't listen to us and they paid the price.
So let me say this. You're actually talking to a Cuban right now.
Okay.
I'm originally from Miami, Florida.
Right.
But one thing I can tell you, the stories that my grandfather would tell me, right?
You ought to hear some of the stories my grandfather tell me about America, but keep going.
So, okay. The real reason as to why Cuba became Cuba in the way it is, right, was because of dictatorship. It was because of Fidel Castro. If you know Fidel Castro, right?
Right.
He took that motherfucker down. Right? He literally they literally, according to my grandfather, he took all rights away. He took the ability to be able to defend themselves away. So then, therefore, they couldn't do shit about it. That's when, for many, many years, people were starving. Fidel Castro would basically tell them, hey, this is when you can go to the supermarket. You can't eat this, and this on these days. These are actual facts.
Sound like he was like an RFK kind of guy, trying to control what you eat.
No. RFK is not a socialist. RFK is not a dictator. My point is that Fidel Castro actually starves people.
Okay, I can't speak on that. If you're from there and you say that, I'll just leave it at that. But like I said, my grandfather has terrible stories about America. That ain't really saying much. I don't, in America, we think America's a great country now. So I do believe once you run afoul of the United States, just like you're talking about how socialists that they were over in Cuba or whatever, if they had not tried to work with the Russians in regards to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and they had not experienced all the sanctions of the United States, they could be communists, and I still think they would be significantly better off. I don't. We can talk about how bad the Castros destroyed Cuba. I've heard stories, but at the same time, American sanctions have had a lot to do with that as well. I mean, they're putting together cars back from the 1950s because America has made it so they can't even get parts for their vehicles over there. That ain't got nothing to do with the Castros. That is America making it so they cannot get parts for their vehicles. That is our fault that's happening.
Okay, so then let me ask you this, and I actually have curiosity on this. If VP Harris would have won, what do you think would have happened to this country? Like, do you think it would have become better? I want to learn how you think. So go ahead.
It's a good question. I might have to move it on from you shortly, but that's a good question. If Kamala Harris had won, would the country became better? It's relative to what your definition of better is. Is taking away a woman's right to choose? Is that making the country better? Depends on how you ask. I mean, if some of the LGBT issues, the transgender issues that's coming up, if you limit the gains and the freedoms of the transgender community, does that make America better? Some would say yes, some would say no. So I think in some areas, like for instance, I'm a huge fan of universal health care, for instance. The right doesn't like that. I don't believe getting rid of universal health care makes America better. The right does. I don't believe preventing minimum wage from being raised, keeping it the same for 20 years. I don't see how that makes the country better, but the right does. And I think under Trump, you're going to get that stuff. So I think it depends on what your definition of better is. I've said this all the time that if I could get universal health care, and I got 3 college degrees, so I have a lot of student loan debt. If I could get a
Yeah.
president that would have given me universal health care and forgave my tuition loans, ain't a damn thing you could do with the economy that would compare to that. That would free up so much money in my life. So for me, that would make me better. Kamala Harris would be more likely to do that than Trump. So it depends on what your definition of better is. But it's a good question. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for all those Trump haters out there, man, Trump is your daddy.
Oh my God.
Trump is going to make America great again. And there's a lot of people waking up. There's a lot of fucking people waking up.
All right.
And there's a specific Duke 38 is exactly calling him out real quick. Come up and tell me as to why socialism in this country would work.
All right, I gotta move it on, but if I get them on, we'll certainly ask that. Thank you. Appreciate the DMF. All right, moving on with the program. I do want to address a super chat from no, actually that was from Sid. I seen that. Will G says, hell no, he doesn't get credit. I don't know. Excuse me. Look, Trump got Trudeau or got Canada to pledge $1 billion to secure his border. Now, I think he should get credit for making that happen even before becoming president. But Will G says, hell no, he doesn't get credit. He is just a loudmouth toddler. Elon has contracts on top of contracts in the government. Of course, he wants a return. I do agree with that last part. There's no way in hell I believe that Elon Musk would have given that kind of money for anything other than something in return. I mean, keep in mind, the Department of Global Efficiency, Doge, he's a co-partner in that. Dinkel, appreciate that. Thank you. Elon Musk is a co-partner with Vivek Ramaswamy in the Department of Global Efficiency. So some people say, well, Elon gave all this money for a cabinet position. My last caller said that. Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy didn't get $450 million. Yet he got the same cabinet position as Elon Musk. No, there's got to be more to it than that. Yeah. Appreciate the hat mustache there, Fur. Appreciate the thank you. Yeah. Vivek Ramaswamy didn't give anywhere near $450 million to the Trump campaign. So yeah, Elon Musk, there's no way I'm going to believe he ain't expecting something for it. And as I stated before, for my beloved MAGA, if you had who's Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, George Soros, or some heavily wealthy, businessman donate a ton of money to the Democratic Party, you would think they were getting something for it as well. There's no way I believe he would just do that out of the kindness of his heart. Otherwise, you'd be hearing about all kinds of other shit he did out of the kindness of his heart. And I don't know of anything he's done that comes close to no shit like that. Real quick in the comments, most Cubans want to assimilate to whiteness. Damn. They have a color caste system. The pastier you are, the better life you will live. We have that here as well, which is why, like when I grew up, nowadays being dark skinned is you actually get a decent cred now. But when I was young, being dark skinned was not something you wanted to be. I mean, even among the African American community, the lighter you are, the better you got treated. That still happens to some degree, especially for the girls. Think about in terms of Hollywood. Think about how many actresses that are dark skinned. Even the African American actresses, how many of them are very dark skinned? They don't compete. They don't generally compete with the Halle Berry types. So we kind of have that here. We're getting away from it. It's not 1950 anymore, but we certainly have had that in this country. All of the South American countries were interrupted by United States interests of capitalism. And not only the South American country, that's just happening worldwide, Will G, but I agree with you, had nothing to do with socialism. If every country has their way, they'd be better than the U.S. I don't know about that last part, but I do believe we have interfered. Most of the countries that are doing bad, that are south of the border, there's some U.S. influence involved in that. We often fuck countries up and then we wipe it, and then we pretend like they're fucked up for some other reason. But we've ruined a lot of countries. I just want to say it that way. Haiti is another one. Haiti is another country that has a huge amount of negative influence on it from America. We don't normally want to talk about that, but yeah, we've ruined a lot of countries. And then we tell them, well, you need to fix it. Yeah, but it came from us. And by the way, we also, like, let's say when you're talking about brutal dictators like the Castros and Cuba and things like that, when they're having these battles, when they're having these coups, when you got somebody bad trying to take over, the United States is usually in that somewhere, some way, somehow, backing one side or the other. The United States is usually involved in some fashion or form. Like in Syria right now, that just happened, where their leader, what was his name, Rashad or something like that. He just got pretty much kicked out of his own damn country. They had a civil war, and they've taken their country back from a brutal dictatorship that spanned him and his dad. His dad did it, and then he took over after his dad and continued brutalizing his own people. Well, the people just rose up and kicked him out. Well, guess who was in that country causing influence? America, along with Israel. We're already there. We're already there doing that. So the idea that we don't get involved, and then we'll be the first ones talking about, Syria's it's a dictatorship or it's an awful country. We're all over we're all over that conflict. America is usually involved when countries start falling apart and shit like that. America's hands are in there somewhere. Looking in the comments, Vlad Stein. I'm a big fan of Vlad TV. Vlad Stein said South Park said it best. Just blame Canada. Blame Canada. I like that movie. That was a good movie. And they shouldn't be. Yeah, America should not be involved in. Let me go back to the box. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. We should be able to get to 40,000. I think if some of you folks show the program some love on TikTok, if you enjoy this type of civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'll ask that you follow the program on TikTok. Subscription on YouTube, horizontal and vertical, if you will. Going to the box, we'll go back to Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. We're talking about I had a few times. Canada has pledged $1 billion to protect the border with the United States, which is what Trump asked for. Should we give Trump credit for getting that accomplished?
No, you can't cause a problem and then fix it and then get credit for something.
What do you mean what do you mean by he caused the problem?
We never had problems with Canada as far as border protection or none of that. That's all just they just catering to him because they know it'll make him feel good and they'll give him a talking point.
Is that wait a minute.
Canada ain't about to spend no $1 billion on no border protection.
So you're telling me that we have not had any illegal migration coming by way of the northern border?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it was not a problem. You were never going to be able to stop.
What is your definition of a problem?
I mean, I don't know. We would have to look back at historical numbers, but we can't just be like any amount of people coming through is somehow going to like destroy this country because it's been people migrating, coming back and forth since the beginning of time.
But if he is saying that people are able to sneak in and out of America from that border and that there's not enough security up there, is that not something to gripe about? Look,
bro, that's not a real thing, man. If you ever been like to Canada and you know where like what is the big waterfalls?
Niagara. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, Niagara and all of that stuff. How close it is to New York and how the whole like coast of Ontario, you could swim across it from Detroit. That's not really a thing. People are not trying to illegally migrate from Canada to America because it's so easy to just ask and come in.
Well, what the Trump campaign was saying is that bad actors were entering Canada and then illegally coming into America. You're saying that that's really not a thing.
I'm saying it's probably possible, but like there's too many other avenues to do it. I mean, all the time they could say they're gonna spend $1 billion, but it ain't no way you can stop nothing from coming across Canada. If you can literally swim across from Detroit.
Yeah, you can. You can put border patrol to watch the damn waterway.
Come on, man. It's a whole It's like hundreds, like miles.
Are you trying to tell me that if Canada actually follows through on their pledge and spends $1 billion to secure the border, you tell me that ain't gonna make a difference at all?
No, it's not gonna make a difference at all. It's gonna be more government money spent for something stupid. Just like we paying to maintain that 52 miles of wall that Trump built that ain't stopped now one person.
He's making them, at the very least, listen to what he's saying and react. I mean, he's getting what he wants.
Yeah. The thing about America was always, we at least tried to hide it in the past, is that, yes, we know we can kind of bully people around, but we just don't want to look like that out in the open. Other presidents have not utilized this same type of, like we're literally about to have, a trade war with our two biggest neighbors.
Well, not with Canada anymore because he's convinced them to conform. Hold on 1 second, real quick. Big shit. You says when Harris joined around the time they still had brown paper bag test. What is that? I don't. You gotta clarify. I don't even know what is a brown paper bag test. Go ahead, Dencal. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, all they got to do is tell him, because this is what the other leaders of countries understand, is that if you don't want him to turn his eye or his wrath towards you, just give him a compliment. Just tell him something he want to hear, and that's all they doing right now.
So you don't think Canada's gonna follow through?
No. If a country is spending money, it's not in nothing that's in writing. It's not in no law. It's not in no budget. Just by saying, okay, we'll spend if that's all they got to do, That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, Travelman says they only apprehended 23,000 people last year coming from Canada, but that's apprehended. How many people got across that they didn't apprehend? But
It's probably, look, the whole thing to immigration is that you gotta make, like, other countries have to be stable enough so people don't want to come. If you go destabilizing everybody with this tariff thing and you threaten everybody and everybody they scared and some retaliate, some don't or whatever, you're literally destroying, you know what I'm saying? Those are the
yeah.
people that keep us strong by giving us cheap goods and services. But we just gonna go over there and ruffle the feathers and say everybody's cheating us when, as you said earlier, we got a history. We have every country we went up in, we destroyed it. Or we took something out of it.
We definitely destroy a bunch of motherfuckers.
And for
I
us to
have no
turn
argument with that. We are known for ruining countries.
And for us to turn around right now with Trump and be like, oh, you cheated us, everybody been cheating us. That's like, them other countries got to be thinking to themselves, how in the hell has America, raped and pillaged these countries, and now they got the nerve to say they not paying enough and you need to pay more for this. And they gonna get Canada to spend $1 billion on something that's not really like, it's not a problem. Like, if somebody want to come across them, they're not gonna get caught by Border Patrol. Either side.
I gotta disagree. If they actually spend $1 billion to operate, protect their border, I think the chances of sneaking across the northern border would be much harder. I mean, that's a lot of money to put agents in equipment and security.
That's a large piece of area.
It's a 2,000 mile. Yes, it's long. I get it. It's a large border.
Right. So all I'm saying is, when the people who really got really bad intentions, like the people you talking about, like 9/11 people and stuff like, they not about to get caught trying to come across from Canada to America, because them people got they paperwork, even if it's fake. Like, they don't, like, I can go over to Canada. I just gotta, you know what I'm saying? I just gotta, basically, I don't even have to, like, add, use a passport. It's right across there.
I agree, and I've said that before on a previous live. I agree with you 100%. In terms of terrorism, if somebody is coming here to commit an act of terror, they're generally, like, Bin Laden has funded you or something like that. You don't need to run across the damn desert or swim across a river. He's going to get you in the country legally and then get the materials and goods you need to commit that crime once you're here. Americans have so much access to weapons and shit like that. You don't need to bring a damn thing with you. You can get it when you get there. We just need to get you over there.
They're highly funded. So thinking that you're gonna catch them, like running across a field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I agree with you. They were embedding themselves. Fox News had people embedding themselves in the caravans that were coming during Trump's first term and suggesting that, look, these people are military age males and they're coming from Middle East. Like, these ain't the ones that's gonna do this. The people that are gonna do this.
If that's the case, if them folks was coming over here to do something, they done had what 2-3 years now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. A T attack can happen at any moment if somebody get pissed off. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
So thinking that you're gonna stop some highly organized attempt to do something by putting 1,000 more border agents along the Canadian border. It's a reason that people don't illegally immigrate from Canada, because their country is all right.
Yeah.
They got decent jobs. Like that, if you get rid of the pool, if America didn't have so many drug addicts, if we didn't have so many people that was like clamoring for weapons and stuff, we wouldn't have these problems. But we're a consumer society. Everything is based on money. So if a country doesn't want to immigrate here, it's because they're doing okay, or they feel like they're doing better.
That is true.
So if you help Mexico, if you help them get control of the cartels, and you go in there and you help them with their infrastructure, guess what? You get a tenfold back from them. But we won't do that. We just suck.
I've said that before too. That if we had sent as many jobs as we sent to China and the Philippines and Vietnam, if we had sent those jobs to Mexico, we wouldn't have an immigration issue. If we had, because we've
Right.
really made the Chinese economy pretty damn strong, and the Chinese are our adversaries. Mexico is our allies. If we had made
Right.
the Mexican economy as strong as we've made the Chinese economy, they would be because most of the folks coming to this country they speak Spanish. They would rather stop in Mexico than stop in the United States. They would have been we would have greatly reduced our immigration issues if we had made the Mexican economy that strong.
Right, or this draw we have, like we essentially said that we're going to forego all of our manufacturing and all of these developmental things to a place where we can buy them cheap because we're a consumer society. Now, if we try to flip that and just tariff everybody, we don't have the infrastructure here to just
Yeah.
start making cars and
Well, but
start
Trump
making.
is hoping he can actually make the threat and never actually have to live it out like what it seems like is happening with Canada. And before we continue, Alter Ego says the United States cannot take out the cartels, not even with Mexico's help. I disagree with that. I think you got the right guy
I
in
do too.
Trump. Yeah, Trump could do it. All you got to do is get the Congress and they pretty much are going to bow down to Trump. Looks like to deem the cartel as a terrorist outfit. Once you do that, you got full access to the U.S. military. Cartel's gone. You ever see like Clearant Present Danger with Harrison Ford? That type of shit. Where once the military can go in there and bomb coca fields from the air and shit like that, that's over with.
Right.
That's over
And
with.
then they would have to obviously they would have to outspend the cartels, but
Yeah.
they could
They got-
inject money into them places where those gang members are at. And
I don't think
won't
they need
have
to. I don't think they need to outspend the cartel. Once you take out the cartel, think about how much billions of dollars you can seize. The cartel has enough money to pay for the operation. Once you take them out and you're seizing all their funds and their assets, you're getting all that money back.
I'm just saying you'll get public buy-in if you make it so they could get a job instead of having to go. You know what I'm saying? If you
Yeah.
start building factories in those areas, you know what I'm saying, so they can have a job and take care of their family instead of
Yeah.
having to go to the
Well, some of them
fields.
don't have it, but some of them are not working for the cartel because it's the only way to feed their family. Some of them don't have a choice. They're being forced to slave labor. They're being made to do that. If the cartel is taken out, Mexico becomes probably a more freer and safer country too. So there's benefits on both sides. I mean, if our military can deem the cartels as a terrorist outfit. And I think Trump has a way of suggesting that because of all of the damage they do to Americans coming over here back and forth with drugs and violence. I'm just telling you, once he gets them deemed as a terrorist outfit,
It's their fault that we need what they got, and we will spend whatever it takes to get it. So it's their fault that we got all of the crackhead. It's our
I get it's
fault.
backwards as hell. I get it. It's backwards as hell.
So he's telling everybody, y'all need to fix the problem that lay in American society.
You know what would probably happen is we would take out the cartel leaders that were not cooperative with America. We would put in others, and the coca fields and all that stuff would still continue, but they would be cooperating with America. Therefore, the drugs and stuff would still flow, but America would have a backdoor proxy control of it. That's what would end up happening. I mean,
Right. They would probably do like we eventually gonna do is what do they call it? When they categorize as this like a level, what is it? A level one.
threat?
Say again?
You mean like a level 1 threat?
No. As far as the types of drug it is.
Oh, you mean
Like
like different schedules, the different levels of
yeah. The schedules I could think of. Yeah, like they could probably go into Mexico and make the coca Schedule 1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would check. Yeah, it would. Yeah. But see, the thing is, if me and you could sit here and chop it up and kind of figure out what they could do, like the government already know, but the American government ain't never been about helping nobody else.
Yeah. Too many Americans are getting rich off of what the cartel is providing. So that's where the problem is that Trump is saying we need to stop this stuff. We need to stop the fentanyl and we need to stop the child trafficking. Yet there are millionaire Americans like the hell you do. I mean, you're gonna destroy my fucking business, and I voted you in, and I'm MAGA, damn it. So that's what's gonna happen is that he's gonna find probably resistance among his own ranks. There's a hell of a lot of MAGA that benefits from all of the stuff that the cartel is sending over here. So
Yeah, And the Pope and them, the people on this side, they just settled like one of the biggest like lawsuits ever, like for all of those priests and stuff that mess
Oh
with the
my
kids
God.
and stuff. Yeah, they just settled. Yeah, but we don't want to talk about that.
We don't want to talk about that. All right, Din Cal. Yeah, but that's a whole nother live. You know how I get into that shit. You have me preaching for hours. Din Cal, appreciate it, man. Always a pleasure.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, you too. All right, moving on with the program. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. 40,000, huh? Can't do that? Y'all can't get your boy up to 40,000? Lazy thumbs in here? All right. Let's see if we can make that happen. Tap the screen, smash that like button on YouTube. Responding, Ed G. Just Trump haters, Democrats screaming Luigi is a hero. Before I could read the rest of your statement, Luigi Maggiano, the one that took out the United Health CEO, that ain't just Democrats screaming that he's a hero. There's a lot. I've talked to a lot of MAGA. In fact, I had my last show I did. I had someone that was highly in favor of what Luigi did. Keep in mind, United Health is screwing over everybody that has that insurance. They ain't picking between Republicans and Democrats. They got a 30% denial rate. They're screwing over people from all sides of the aisle. So it ain't just Democrats that are screaming that Luigi is a hero. A lot of fuck around and find out MAGA is out there saying the same thing. But you say them screaming Luigi is a hero, free him, he's innocent. If Trump were to pardon him, they would say, oh my God, that felon's now if Trump pardoned Luigi, I think he might get some Democratic supporters. I think that, like I said, though, I don't think that it's just Democrats backing Luigi Maggiano, whatever his name is. It ain't just Democrats backing him. I mean, because that CEO, Brian Thompson or whatever his name was, they fucking over a lot of MAGA and Republicans too. Everybody is getting fucked over by these insurance companies. And United Health was the worst out of all of them. They have a denial rate that is twice the industry standard. I think the industry standard is about 16% of claims are denied. They were at 30. They were at 30. Once that happened, I mean, go look at any video, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you name it. Look at any video that talks about that story, that talks about Luigi getting arrested, talks about the guy getting killed. Every comment section, no sympathy for that guy at all. None. You think all of those are liberals? No. Will G, the country would have been as good or better than it is. And that's just in regards to if Kamala Harris had won. Will G says the country would have been good or better than it is now. We forget that the current administration brought us out of a pandemic. Trump refused to do and lowered inflation that Trump raised with tariffs. I think Biden, because he doesn't talk to the people, because I think the last part of that, I agree with you, Will, is that the economy actually is doing fairly well now. The economy is on an upswing. And Biden is just not good at communicating with the people. He sucks at that. Perfect example, I'm even stating, in addition to giving Trump credit for what's going on with Canada, I know my last caller, Denkow, disagrees with me, but I give Trump credit for what's going on with Canada. I also would give Trump credit for the fact that I believe when we got all these drones that nobody know what the hell is going on and people are demanding answers, Trump would be a better president for that. I really believe that Trump would communicate with the people and we would get better answers than we getting. I don't think anybody trusts what the government is saying on this shit. And Biden is barely even speaking to the people. I think he spoke today, but he is barely speaking to the people at all. Trump would be on this. Trump releases a message that says, tell us what's going on or shoot these damn things down. That resonates. That resonates, particularly with Americans that have these damn things flying over their backyards and shit. Biden, well, it ain't no problem. There's nothing to worry about. Nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that. So it's probably time for Biden to go. I'm not saying that Kamala Harris might have not been who knows what Kamala Harris, she might have been good, but it's probably time for Biden to go. We need somebody that's going to speak to the American people. He just, yeah, it's probably time for him to step down. In Back to the Future, what is in Back to the Future 2, or Back to the Future 2, Trump is president. I've seen Back to the Future. Is he really? I haven't seen that in years. In the movie Back to the Future 2, Trump is the president, also known as Biff, and everyone got screwed. Oh yeah, Biff's character is president. Okay, that's what I remember. Okay, so you comparing Trump to Biff. All right, he is president in that. I do remember that part. Will says the real adults in the room are just preparing for Trump's bullshit just to make him feel special. Trump is just a loudmouth that will cowardly take credit for stuff already going on in progress. Well, in process. They all do that though. I'm not trying to defend Trump, but I think if anything good happens under a president's watch, they're gonna take credit for it. That's just how a politician works. Remember when gas prices started getting ridiculous and Biden and his supporters were saying, the president has nothing to do with the price of gas. Well, the minute the gas prices started going down, guess who started taking credit for it? Biden and Kamala Harris, even though they were just a few months earlier saying we don't have nothing to do with gas prices. So I think that they all will do that to some degree, but your point is well taken. Trump will try to make his moves if Russia takes Ukraine and China takes Taiwan and Israel takes the Middle East. Trump will certainly take Canada and Mexico because he constantly wants to. You really think that if Russia takes the Ukraine and China takes Taiwan and Israel takes the Middle East, which all of those things, well, China's not taking Taiwan right now. They're eyeballing it. But Russia's certainly trying to take the Ukraine, and Israel is definitely on what I think is a land grab in the Middle East. They're now in Syria and they're expanding, what do they call it? Golan Heights or something like that. Golan Heights or something. Israel is on the land grab. October 7th is a long time ago. They're not acting in self-defense. Israel is now becoming an offensive, oppressing country. I strongly believe that. They're on a land grab. They got attacked by Hamas and the Palestinians. Yet they've attacked like 6 or 7 countries. Yemen, they've obviously Hezbollah in Syria, Lebanon, they've been there. They've attacked a bunch of places. They've been in the West Bank and Gaza, obviously. I mean, Israel is everywhere. And so I do believe Israel may end up trying to they've attacked Iran, obviously. I do believe that they may be on a land grab. But you think that Trump would try to take Canada and Mexico to upstate? I don't believe that. I don't buy that. Unless something goes incredibly undemocratic, Trump only has 4 years. He can only do so much. Unless he really does try to implement some of that I want to be a dictator type shit. He can't. I don't think to take Canada and Mexico, that's pretty strong, Will. AG says defeat cartel like we did the Taliban in Viet Cong. We didn't defeat the Taliban. Where are you getting that from? In fact, Trump negotiated with the Taliban and gave them their country back. When America was in Afghanistan, women started getting the right to drive and women could own businesses and all kinds of shit. Once Trump negotiated with the Taliban, they went right back to oppressing women. I'll give Biden his dues for the botched evacuation that led to the death of 13 service personnel, but that's after the fact. Trump had already given their country back. Biden's issue is when we were leaving. He just didn't leave properly, so somebody used a suicide attack. But Trump gave the Taliban Afghanistan back, and they went right back to their mean, old, nasty, oppressive ways. So we didn't beat the Taliban. Will G says, are we really forgetting that Trump really put tariffs on everybody? And that is exactly what sparked inflation. Biden removed some of those tariffs, and yeah, we are forgetting that. Who are we? What did he put tariffs on? I need to be educated on that. Trump put tariffs on everybody, and that is exactly what sparked inflation. Biden removed some of those tariffs, and it's stabilizing. Yeah, you gotta explain that. I don't recall that. Inflation rate is 2.7. MAGA is lost if they think it's at 9%. Inflation is higher than 2.7. Will, I think it is. I just heard them say that on this, what is it? ABC News Tonight with David Muir. 2.7. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's higher than 2.7. Okay, going back to the box, we need to stop buying any products from any country. You can't do that, Roman. The greedy capitalists in this country are the reason you got to buy products from other countries. We can blame it on China but China didn't make that shit happen on their own. China stepped up and offered very cheap labor. Some cases, kids would make the products. And greedy American business people, well, I want to pay them. I don't have to pay Americans. The reason we have these problems is there are Americans that sold us out so that they could get rich. China didn't force Nike to open up sweatshops in China. They didn't force Nike to come over there and do that. They just presented the opportunity where if you have your shoes made over here, we got kids that'll make them for a fraction of what you're paying adults in America for. And Nike did it. You can't blame the Chinese. That is greedy American business people that wanted to make that money. And they were able to lobby to the right politicians to relax the laws so that they could do that shit. That's an in-house problem. It ain't the Chinese fault. That is an in-house problem. Americans wanted to get rich and they sold out other Americans to do so. You can't blame other countries for that. And I believe that no matter what our relationship is, we'll find another country to do it to again. Because capitalists want to capitalize. They're going to find ways to do that. I'm MAGA, but I disagree. No one knows what's going on. Trump would just say something silly. Trump, I'll nuke Mars if alien unidentified drones don't stop. And that's very forthcoming of you. You're MAGA, but you're willing to admit Trump does some crazy shit. That actually is true. Trump would say something crazy. He'd go nuke Mars. Trump is I guess from his, and I'll go back to the box, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Trump was a successful businessman in his day. Maybe he, in his business acumen, did very well by making threats to other business people. Maybe it worked for him, and he's trying to use that as a politician. Saying silly stuff while doing it, suing people, dragging out lawsuits. I mean, he was really good at what he did as a businessman. So that even if you did have a legitimate case against him, he could drag it out, things like that, and make you and literally force you to settle for significantly less. Look what he did to Jack Smith and Merrick Garland. Drag that shit out to the point where they charges, we'll never know what's going on. We'll never know if they had a legitimate case against Trump or not, because they dragged it on and on and on to the point where it went nowhere. So he's trying probably to use what worked for him as a business leader, as a politician. And some of it is seeming to work. Looking in the comments, the current annual inflation is 2.7. So you're agreeing with Will G. I am wrong. I thought it was higher than that. You say the current annual inflation rate is 2.7% comparative to levels last seen, comparable, I guess you're trying to say, comparable to levels last seen in early 2021, which is also under the Biden administration. Well, early 2021. Well, he took office in January of 2021. So yeah. The current, yeah. All right. I thought it was higher than that. Okay. Let's talk about that for an hour. Talk about the inflation rate. Let me go back to the box. Going back to one of my subs. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Alan. Don't know if I just hit Alan there. Good evening. Are you thinking about interest rates? Maybe that's what it is then, Cal. Maybe that is what it is. Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. So I'm saying Trump deserves credit because he's gotten Canada to pledge $1 billion to secure his border. Should he get credit for that? Like I think. What say you?
Yeah, I don't know about.
Are we just adverse?
He's. Well, my whole thing is this: Trump ain't did nothing but scare them people into doing something that they probably would have done if he had just talked to them regular.
They weren't doing it under Biden.
Well, Biden is Biden. Trump is Trump. I think if he would have just came to him like he say he's strong and this and that versus a threat, I think he would have got the same outcome because the Canadians are known to be soft. Look at Drake, look at Kendrick Lamar. Canadians are known to be soft. It don't matter the color, skin color. They're just soft. It's okay because they're cool. You know what I mean? Just being real. They're some cool people. But the whole thing of it is, again, I believe his delivery was more of a scare tactic.
Is Kendrick Lamar? Wait, Kendrick is from Compton. He ain't from Canada, though, is he?
No, Kendrick Lamar is from Chicago and moved to Compton.
Okay.
So he's from two of the roughest hoods ever. Drake is from Canada.
Drake is from Toronto. Yeah, I know that. He's from Toronto. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So again, they not like us.
You're killing it, man. You're killing it.
It's one of those things, man, where his delivery was straight bulldog. MAGA loves that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This really wasn't.
They like the fact that Trump comes across as a true boss, and Biden just comes across as a frail old man.
I'm gonna be honest with you. What I see is one white guy get along with another white guy.
Who are the two white guys?
The two white guys is the white guy in Canada, and the other one is the white guy that's soon to be the president.
I don't think they get along at all. I think Trump bullied his ass. I don't think Trudeau gets along with Trump.
But the whole point of it is they worked a deal, correct?
No.
Or a soon to be coming deal once President Trump or elect gets in. But the thing of it is, that really was not the point or the emphasis that they were looking at. The northern border was not the problem. Remember, it was the southern border.
Right.
And what is that Mexican woman president doing to his ass?
She don't sound like she's cooperating just yet. She don't sound like she's cooperating just yet.
Giving him the business.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we are demanding that Trump show accomplishments before he's in the White House. He ain't in there yet. Let's see if she's still holding out a month after he's been in the White House.
Well, nobody put that bar on Trump but Trump.
What do you mean?
He said he'll this, and he said he'll do that before he even gets in the White House. I'll have the border under control. I'll have the war will be over. We're gonna stop all of this. Blah blah blah. We're gonna stop all of this. Blah blah blah. We're gonna deport people.
He made some big promises. You don't get any argument from me. He has made some really big promises. Me and Denkel was talking about that the other day. Like, I want to do like a 3 month. Every 3 months, I want to do a show, and I'm gonna base it on because I got to write them down. He made a laundry list of promises, and I want to follow through, and we can have see how his promises are going, such as the largest deportation in history and some of the things. He made a lot of big promises. No tips on taxes, no tips. No overtime, no taxes on overtime, all of that stuff.
Well, the thing of it is, the things that he's saying he's going to do, he's really not going to do it. He's just saying it because he sees that the crowd, that's what they like.
Why do you think? Wait. Why do you don't think he's actually going to make good on his promises?
Not with the overtime. Not with the now the tips they may slide in, and the only
that's
thing
a
the
lot.
tips may slide in. The tips may slide in as far as no taxes, and the bonuses definitely are going to slide in with no taxes, because the bonuses normally come to the people on the upper echelon.
Yeah,
you're like definitely you have to have like a city job or a government job to get a bonus, like or you got to be
corporate America. If you were in for-profit corporate America, you get bonuses.
Yeah, but the upper echelon is the ones that really get the bonuses. The guys that really don't need it. The guys that actually got that bonus off the people below them, those are the guys that are going to get the tax break, because these are the guys that Trump likes.
So when he says no taxes on tips, you're saying they're going to treat a big fat bonus for a millionaire. That's going to be considered like a tip.
No, it's going to be no taxes on bonuses. He's going to get that bonus, but there's no taxes on it.
That's crazy.
So in other words, the ones that's getting those $5 million bonuses, the guy that just got unalived, that was getting all of those $10 million salaries and all of that, like those are the guys that are getting the bonuses that nobody really thinks about. Those guys get bonuses when they are above. They're not in the red. They're in the black. They get a bonus. And their bonuses don't be $100, $200.
No, it's a lot. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's $5 million.
And meanwhile, the employees of the company get a pizza party. They get a couple slices of pizza.
Yeah. And then not only that, see, we think of it as a corporate level. Now you got to mind you too. There's a running back out there that gets a bonus when he gets like 1,500 rushing yards, or he makes it to the Super Bowl, or he gets a touchdown in the Super Bowl. All of that is considered a bonus. Now, mind you, each touchdown you get in the Super Bowl is $1 million.
Damn.
So you get now you tax free on a bonus of I got a bonus.
So his no taxes on tips and no taxes on bonuses is really a giveaway to the rich, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely, it was thrown out there because the waitresses, the bus boys, the bartenders, the people that really depend on tips, they hear tips first. That was first.
Right.
And hell, even
they're not going to hear bonuses. They're not going to hear bonuses because it's foreign to them. They don't get bonuses.
Exactly. So that's my point. It's a throw off. It's a disconnect. It's the people who have and the people who have not. Now, the people who have not, they hear tips. The people who have hear bonus.
Yeah. And that's a lot more money in that bonus than that tip.
You see what Griswold did about his bonus, right?
What do you mean?
You've never seen the Chevy Chase movie?
No.
Where he goes cross country with his kids.
No, I haven't seen it. That's
okay,
like a vacation movie or something like that. I know the movie you're talking about.
Yeah.
Lampoons or something.
In the second one, he was supposed to get a Christmas bonus. He was thinking he was going to get like 5 bands. He told everybody, "Hey man, we're going here, we're going to Europe, we're going to this, we're going to do that." Well, when he opens it, it's like a Christmas card. And it was just something lame. Just put it that way. Well, he went off about it. His brother, his brother-in-law, who's doing worse than him, he goes and gets the boss in a kidnapping way.
In a kidnapping way, okay.
Yeah, during the Christmas season. And brings the boss to the house, and he sees Griswold running around. Now, mind you, this is one of his best employees. He sees that Griswold done lost his damn mind. And he was like, man, he say, see what you done did? You ain't get his man his bonus. You see all this shit that we got going on?
Well, maybe we need more Luigi Maggionis?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
Even Trump don't want more Luigis.
Well, no, because he would be the victim of the guy. Of course, no, because Trump is the elite. He would be
exactly.
If you notice, most of the people that are sympathizing with the loss of life of that CEO and not sympathizing with people who are favorable to Luigi, they're rich people their damn self. So of course they don't want you to be favorable to a CEO losing their lives because they're in that same category. It's most of the 1% that are saying it's wrong to idolize Luigi.
Well, this is my thing. I don't think you should idolize him. We just had a school shooting, and people lost their lives, and it had nothing to do with healthcare. Just people lost their lives because somebody lost.
How do you know?
Mind. And I feel like Luigi, same way. He just lost his mind. Maybe he was in pain. I don't know what pain he was in.
Maybe if people had more access to mental health and they weren't denying claims, for all you know what happened in Madison, Wisconsin with the school, it might have had something to do with health care. For all you know, maybe that girl was denying. I mean, they denying every damn body.
Well, how about this? I don't think it had anything to do with him or his health care.
Okay.
I just think that he had a mental issue. he figured he drawed in on something that probably people are feeling the same way, because you've had those other cases where they say the same thing that he said: defend, depose, and something else. So the whole thing again, he latched on to something that got into people's emotions,
Something
and you
huge.
see it all over online and in the news media that they don't have any feelings for the man.
No.
So
he obviously didn't. You know, you're the CEO of a company that has a 30% denial claim. You obviously don't have a lot of feeling for your customers either.
But the whole thing of it is, you take that to court, and I get it. You
that ain't going nowhere.
Well, hey, you don't take nobody's life, man. Not especially.
Look, I'm not calling.
This is the thing, Tim. We're not talking about ripping a piece of paper and doing a dance. We're talking about taking somebody's life.
I agree with you. We're not talking about ripping a piece of paper and like that. We're talking about somebody's dialysis. We're talking about somebody's heart medication. I mean, he was taking lives, is what I'm telling you, Stick. I'm not saying the guy should have. I'm not saying the guy should have. Hold on. I'm not saying the guy should have lost his life, but I am saying his actions were causing people to die. He was doing that to other people.
I hear you, Tim, but then at the same time, you're not hearing the other side to this.
What other side is there?
I wholeheartedly, the whole other side is they have the things that we sign into as the public, in the sense of the contracts. If we don't read them, if we just go by what that salesman tells us, then we end up just like this president.
No, you do realize if I go get a job somewhere and my employer gives me United Health, I don't have a choice. All of a sudden, I got this bad insurance. I don't have a choice in the matter.
No. You do have a choice. You have a choice to go see if you can qualify for Obamacare. You do have a choice.
And if I don't,
and if you don't, then you shop around if you don't like United Health. That's okay. Now guess what? Yeah. Everybody talks about capitalism. That's what capitalism is. You don't like something, somebody else got a cheaper rate. Hey, you go with them. But then on the back end, you get what you pay for. So if United Health was one of the cheapest people out there, which I doubt that they were, but if they were one of the cheapest and have a lot of customers, people are going to get denied all the time. You know, and it's not cool and it's not fair, but you have to know how to go into your contract and read what's going on, because you may think, oh, okay, this is going to cover this, but then it's a pre-existing condition.
I mean, I hear all of that. I don't disagree with it. Let me let Samuel L. tell you.
You think they deserve to die, Mr. Haley? Answer the question.
You heard this?
They deserve to die.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Burn in hell. Yeah, I heard that.
That's how Americans feel.
On the edge of that front line.
That's how a lot of Americans feel about that, man. I got to move it on. Go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
And this is the thing. That's why, Donald Trump is not the leader that you want. He's tapped into I'm angry. He's tapped into thinking. He's basically let his supporters know you can do whatever the hell you want. The law's on your side, and I am too. So you go out there, you do this, you do that. We'll try to figure it out a way to get you out of this shit.
He ain't doing that for Rudolph Giuliani. He didn't do that for Rudolph Giuliani.
Watch what happens when he gets in. He probably will pardon Giuliani when he gets in.
Oh.
You never thought about that, did you?
No, I didn't think about it. But he can't pardon him for all that money he owed Ruby Freeman. He can't pardon that part of it.
But you know what? I'm gonna let that one go. You may be right on that. But again, as a president, any act that he does, he's immune.
That's crazy.
Immunity.
Yeah. I'm still shocked that the Supreme Court did that.
Ruby Freeman and them, I'm just saying, I don't even want to say what I want to say on TikTok about what Trump is possibly could do and will do. But remember, retribution, what he ran on.
Yeah.
He's telling you now, I got a list of people that I want to get locked up. Or I want to dismantle the FBI and any other DEA and whatever.
But get a man credit. He ain't promising to do nothing that he wasn't promising already before he got elected. He said he was going to do this shit. We voted him in. He's here now. He's our president.
And that's why everybody's backing Mangione, because he put out the word, you can do what you do, and we're gonna back you up. In this case, he's doing the sort of kind of presidential thing. You know, I think this is bad, but it's only for his billionaire friends. It's only for his billionaire CEOs that are effing people over every day, just like the guy that Mangione took.
Well, we got to give Peace a chance. We got to see what he does first. All right. Appreciate you coming through, Stick. Thank you.
All right, Tim. Have a good one.
You too. Real quick in the comments on you, inflation was 9% back in 2022. So, okay, all right. So 2.7%, and Biden is definitely not getting any credit for that at all, and it's probably partially due to the fact that he ain't out bragging about it. I mean, it is Trump would if Trump got inflation from 9.2% down to 2.7 during his own presidency, even if he was responsible for the 9 point some odd percent, he would be out bragging everybody about it. So I give Trump credit. I mean, talking to the American people, being transparent, even if it ain't always true, because I don't for a second suggest that everything Trump tells you is true. He lies a lot. I mean, he lies a lot. That's my opinion. He lies a lot, but he talks to the people. Oftentimes, the people believe that stuff, and it's worked well for him. Whereas Biden, just trying to be presidential and not speak to the people, it hasn't worked. I think Trump set a new precedent, at least for the time being. You need to talk to people, and I keep bringing up the drones flying over the country. Biden should be out talking to the people, and he's doing little. He gave a speech today. That's just been going on for about a month now. I think he's doing a terrible job in that. Trump don't give a fuck about those servers, says Will G. Well, but if he gives a tax break on tips, servers will benefit from that, whether he care about them or not. I mean, some of these waitresses, folks out here working, most of their income comes from the tip. Most of their income is tip related, as opposed to, I mean, if you work at Olive Garden, your hourly pay ain't shit. It's the tips you getting. So if he removes the taxes off of that, that should be fairly noticeable to them. Now, as Stick was pointing out, no taxes on a company bonus is a lot more, but you're not in that environment. You're in an environment where you're getting tips. It will matter to them. I think that'll make a big difference if it actually happens. Trump is actively looking for something to mess up the economy now, so he has a reason to do his bad shit so he doesn't look crazy. You think Trump wants something to mess up the economy? That's doom and gloom. You think he really wants that? It's a difference when Biden's in there. So what, you saying that he wants the economy fucked up before Biden leaves office? Good. I can see a little validity in that, because the worse the economy is when Biden leaves office, the more credit he gets for getting it back on course. But if the economy is really jacked up when Biden leaves office, every day he is president, while that economy is still jacked up, it starts to tally under his presidency. Now, I know Trump for certain and MAGA are going to blame the economy on Biden if he inherits a bad economy. But you know how I say, whatever happens under your watch is your responsibility. So if you inherit a bad economy from Biden, you don't get long before that becomes your economy. Just like when he inherited a good economy from Obama, he was taking credit for it from day one. Well, the economy's doing great. That means I get credit, right? Well, if it's doing bad, you're going to get credit for that too. So if he's wishing to inherit a bad economy, that may not go favorably for him, because Americans want a good economy. So even if you inherit one from Biden, once we're under your watch, every day the economy remains bad, you're getting credit for that. It won't be long before Americans start saying, well, we need somebody else. He ain't getting the job done. So I don't know why he would want that, but you might be right. Well, I hope not. And when you say he wants to do some crazy shit, I really would like to know what that is. So that's even more frightening. Alan says, I told you that. I don't know. Why would he want a bad economy like that? I don't know. Give him credit for passing the buck like a real pro. Well, Trump is good at that. He is. I will give him credit. When Trump was president, everything good he took credit for. Everything bad was somebody else's fault. He does pass the buck. You'll never hear Trump say the buck stops with me. Biden used that phrase. You'll never hear Trump say that. I mean, blaming Dr. Fauci, who's just a messenger. I mean, Dr. Fauci ain't making no laws, you are. So it doesn't matter what Dr. Fauci recommends. You don't have to do it. But yeah, Trump is not going to take credit for anything bad. I do agree with that. Going back to the box, somebody else said I sent that to you too. Continuing on, Red G. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Red. They created policy using the WHO, using the World Health Organization. Red, what are you talking about there?
So a lot of the stuff that we interpret as law is actually policies of all of these organizations. That's why they want to get rid of the DEA, the FBI, the FDA, all these people. They create policies and then they enforce policy, which is unconstitutional. That's why we have the Chevron deference saying, hey, y'all can't continue to make policy, enforce policy, and also weigh in on it like you're all three branches of government.
What do you think America would be like if we do follow in the footsteps of some of these promises, like getting rid of the ATF and getting rid of the FBI? Do you see America being a better country if we actually do this stuff?
I think there will be a lot of blowback. I mean, it honestly depends on how it gets done, which I'm not sure who's going to be in charge of that, how it's going to work, the ins and outs of it. I don't think that we should get rid of a lot of these programs, but we should make sure that they're actually working efficiently. There's no reason we should have an FDA and all of the stuff going on that we see here today. We should not have a health organization or any of this stuff, and then 9 out of 10 people are dying from cardiac arrest. It's ridiculous.
So you obviously are a Kennedy guy. You're obviously a Kennedy guy.
Oh, he's all right.
Yeah. And I will say, because what you're talking about is what Kennedy's talking about. Kennedy would resonate a lot if he didn't have all the other crazy shit, because I think even a lot of liberals agree that a lot of the food we eat and things like that are bad. But here's the problem I have, and I agree with everything you said about the FDA and unhealthy food and drugs that we're dealing with. But Trump's administration is promising everything from states' rights to rolling back regulations. You can't do any of that stuff you're talking about while rolling back regulations. You're not going to make food healthier by getting rid of the Food and Drug Administration. I mean, Trump is promising to get rid of all of the entities that will be responsible for doing what Kennedy is talking about doing. So something is not adding up there.
Well, the way the media spins it and what he actually says is different. They're talking about creating a Department of Government Efficiency. They're talking about auditing these agencies, most of which have never passed an audit, and bringing some transparency to government. I'm not against that. I do think that more legislation would be better, but it's like, okay, we got all of these departments. Why the fuck don't y'all know what these things are flying around? Yeah. How we got a CIA, FBI, DOJ? We got all it. What are we talking about?
I have a hard time believing they don't know. I really have a hard time believing they don't know.
They know, but we don't have any transparency. So it's like, what is the purpose of y'all if stuff's flying over my house and you're doing nothing? You're telling me nothing. Nothing's like it's crazy.
I don't know what it is, why they can't tell us, but there's no way in hell I believe this stuff has been flying over major areas in America, like military bases, and they've been flying over Mar-a-Lago and shit. And we don't know. It ain't that hard because these things are flying over the same area damn near. So if they flew over this last night, you think they'll be here tonight. You can't have anything ready to go up in the sky and check this out. I have a hard time believing they don't know this stuff.
I'm going to tell you right now, I live across the street from a small airport, a very small private airport. You can't send a drone in the air without the government knowing about it. Period. Yeah. They're gonna know where it's coming from. They know where it's going. So they're just being quiet and they're lying. It is what it is. Yeah. But why do we have a government that's hiding stuff from us? Why do we have a government that's lying to us? Why do we have a government that's saying
the American way? We were founded. We were literally founded on the country doing everything you just said, lying to us, hiding stuff from the country was founded that way. from the very beginning.
And we got to call a spade a spade. I agree with that. I agree, but at some point, it's like, when do we change it?
Not
So for that
anytime
reason,
soon.
I don't. I'm not saying it's gonna go phenomenal. I'm not saying it's gonna be well or fantastic, but eventually somebody had to do something.
Yeah. I don't know. And I think that in Trump's case, I'm not saying, and, I've said this many times. I don't say everything about Trump is bad. I think he may have some good ideas in a lot of areas, but just taking pride in being an asshole is probably his biggest hurdle. I mean, he likes being an asshole to people who don't favor him. And that's always going to come with problems. Just being an asshole for the sake of doing it when it ain't necessary, there's always going to be hurdles and resistance that come along with that.
I agree, but in 2025 and beyond, it's like, we're America. We're running NATO. We're running the UN. What are y'all gonna do?
What do you mean?
What are y'all doing? What are y'all gonna do? What is Canada gonna do? You gonna pay? What is China gonna do? They gonna pay? What they gonna play ball? What choice do you have?
Well, you mean, what choice do they have? They can shop around. I said this the first time when Trump did this stuff. If you keep fucking with countries, I mean, we know there are other superpowers out there that we can do business with if you want to act an asshole. Okay, like Canada, for instance. If you want to keep threatening us, we could always have China or Russia offer to defend us. And apparently, because of where we're located, they're offering to do it for 20% cheaper. So they don't have to play ball with us. We think they do. They don't. If you keep being an asshole, they can shop around and do things also. They do have some cards they can play too.
I hear you, but it's not the same. You're not, if you're Canada and China all the way over there trying to defend you, how's that going to work? Especially knowing we're going to be stifling it. We're going to make that problem.
You said, how is it going to work if they're all the way over there? You know how many people we defend that are all the way over there? I mean, China would just open up several bases in Canada, and therefore anything you do to Canada, huh?
We're not just gonna let that fly. Ain't no America about to just let them do that.
How you gonna stop Canada from opening up a military base how you gonna stop Canada from letting the Chinese?
The same way we're stopping Russia from taking over Ukraine. What do you mean?
I mean, well, if you listen to Trump, he ain't gonna continue stopping it very long. And by the way, Canada, the Ukraine, we haven't been stopping Russia from taking over the Ukraine. They took over Georgia in 2008, Crimea in 2014. They're just doing it slowly. They have been taking over the Ukraine under our watch.
Slowly.
Okay, but they're doing it.
When you talk about somebody in North America, you're going to get a whole different attitude from the United States. That I can promise.
So where we going? So if Canada wants to become an ally with China or Russia, we going to go to war with China over that?
We're gonna unlock everything at our power to stop it. That's what we.
You know what we gonna do? We gonna stop talking shit about that NATO stuff, so that Canada don't consider doing that. That's what if we thought that they were really considering doing that, as opposed to risking going to war with China or Canada or something like that, we would find a way to back down on that language. That's what would happen.
I disagree, but I wanted to talk about this inflation. I feel like there's a misunderstanding. Inflation has not decreased. There has not been deflation. It is increasing slower. It didn't go from 1.2 in 2020 to 4.7 in 2021 and 8.0 in 2022 and 4.1 in 2023 and then go down. It is going up slower. If you continue to put air in a balloon, it's still inflating. It's not deflating because you put less air in it than you did the last time.
This is where I'm gonna plead ignorance. This is above my knowledge. I didn't research it before, so I can't push back. Now I want to look into, but I don't know because Will G caught me off guard, and I think Duke in the comments also did. I don't know what the inflation exactly is, so I can't push back on you on that.
We don't have to look at it so technical. You can just look at the price of things. Are they up from where they were 4 years ago? Yes. It's really that simple.
Yeah, but no, it ain't that simple though, because bird flu kicked in. We know price gouging is going on. A lot of things are going on that have nothing to do with the president.
Well, but it was unanimous across Republicans, Democrats, every board of economists that could find. If they signed the Inflation Reduction Act, it was going to cause massive inflation. Now we could say some of it was from COVID. I don't have the exact numbers to attribute what is what, but we know that contributed.
Well,
That's a
we know
fact.
for a fact price gouging is contributing to it as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I
We
think
we
even I
we
think
have.
even Trump is starting to mention that now that it's now he's gonna have to likely deal with it now. It was easy to blame Biden for every damn thing, but now that the office is yours, now you got to come out and actually admit, no, some of this shit is price gouging. But when it was happening under Biden, he didn't want to admit that Biden, like, some of this stuff was out of Biden control. He wanted to blame Biden for all of it. But now that it's under his control, you're going to hear him start actually being accurate on what's causing it.
Well, we also have to look at what the presidential powers actually are, because a lot of
We
times
wasn't
they
doing that
like.
when Biden was in office. We was blaming him for every damn thing.
Well, gas we could say there are certain things they can do, right? They can release oil reserves. They can do some stuff, but they cannot just control the private sector. Like the dude, I didn't agree with most of the stuff he was saying, but one of the things he said that is correct. CEOs are going to benefit. They make the policies. They make the rules. Obviously, they're going to benefit. They have the control. If you don't like it, you need to start your own corporation.
Yeah. I don't. Well, yeah. I mean, I understand some of that, but I can still see folks getting pissed off because a lot of our suffering often is due to greed. It's not due to the market or inflation. Sometimes it's just due to somebody like United Healthcare, for instance. That's greed. That's greed that's causing that. That ain't due to
I
nothing else but greed.
But what I don't think that there's any lawful way, right, using the Constitution that we have, that you're gonna say, hey, you can't make more money. We have the right to contract.
No,
What
you
are you gonna
ain't.
do?
You don't have to control how much money they can make. You can make it so that healthcare is a right, or there's certain. If you can show, for instance, if the doctor is saying that this person needs a procedure, you can pass a law that somebody who has no medical history, no medical background, no connection with the patient shouldn't be able to override that to save money.
Yeah, I mean, we need to do. These insurance companies have been out of control for a while. HOAs have been out of control for a while. Mortgage companies have been out of control for a while. Even the credit card companies, 35%, they're out of control. But do I think Trump is going to do something about that? No. Do I
No.
think Biden or Harris are, no, like,
I think Biden and Harris would have. The problem with a lot of the stuff we're
what are they
talking
doing right
about,
now?
the problem with a lot of the stuff we're talking about is anytime somebody tries to do something about this, the right is going to say it's socialism or you're interfering with capitalism or you're hurting big business. The left believes in these what do you call it? This is government oversight. Where the right is talking about smaller government, less regulation. You're going to need bigger government and more regulation to get this stuff under control because they're not going to do it on their own. So the only way you're going to get this stuff done is with just like what we started talking about in the beginning about poison being in foods and things like that. You're not going to solve that with less regulation and small government. You're going to need big
I
government and more
I
regulation.
disagree. I disagree. I think that the amount of government agencies that we have, it was never like this. It was never where we had hundreds of bureaucracies in federal government. It was never like this. So I think
I think it
we
was
need to
worse
stop
back
passing
then too.
legislation that is 1,500 pages long. I actually read these laws. Some of these laws are 2 to 3,000 pages. The IRS code now is like 5,000 pages. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. 137,000 pages of United States code. We could do it a lot simpler.
Yeah.
And we could do it a lot more efficient. Why can't y'all pass an audit? Y'all want to come to my house at the end of the year? If I declare this or declare that, y'all come audit me and expect me to pass. Why can't you pass?
I
Why
don't
is the Pentagon
disagree. I don't
never
disagree that it
passed
could
an
be.
audit?
Yeah, I don't disagree that it could be done more efficiently, but I don't look back at yesteryear and say before this stuff came around, we were actually doing better. I think despite the excessive amount of government and some of the inefficiency, I still think as a country we're doing better now. I don't want to go back to any time in the past. There's nothing in the past. That's why a lot of times you hear folks when they ask, let's say people of color, for instance, generally, well, when was America great? They always say, I don't want to go back to anything in the past. So even though it's not perfect now, I'll take this over anything. I don't even want to go back to yesterday. I don't want nothing to do with the past.
I agree with that too, but we have to look at it for what it is. Like they stifled crypto. They didn't stifle AI. We're losing jobs to AI every day. Every day, somebody's losing the job to AI. Doctors, lawyers, technicians, everybody's losing jobs to AI. Why didn't the SEC come in and do anything about that? Why didn't any of these agencies?
But we've been losing jobs to AI since the '80s. I mean, you ever dialed a call center and said, "Damn, I just want to speak to a regular person instead of going through these prompts."
The person. It takes 30 minutes to get a person
Right.
now.
We've been losing jobs to AI for about 2 generations already. It's just gotten faster in the last few years. But I mean, you've been ringing up your own groceries at Walmart for at least a decade. I mean, this stuff has been happening.
But why are they not doing anything about it? That's my question. If you know that this is going to cause a decline in jobs, which they're sitting here saying, "Oh, we gained this many jobs," we didn't gain no jobs. We lost 85 million jobs to AI in the last.
Because
2 years.
the people that are doing well off of AI are the ones that's contributing to the politicians that are doing nothing. They don't have any incentive to do anything for you or I. The people that want the AI is the ones that's making the contributions. I mean, you talk about AI. I'm assuming there's a lot of AI in a Tesla. Look where he's at now.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying either side is better. I'm just saying if one side is going to pander and act like they're so for the people, and we have all these organizations.
What side is
and they're trying
that?
to do this, that, and the third. Why can't I see it? Why are we talking about women's right and y'all had 60 years to codify Roe v. Wade? Why are y'all saying this and doing that?
Well, I can answer that question pretty easy because they lied and said they were never going to touch Roe v. Wade. That's why they didn't do anything, because the other side was lying and said, "Don't worry, it's already been litigated. We're not going to touch it." They were lying about it.
Can anybody do that at their job? Can I say, all right, since he's not going to do his job, I ain't going to do mine either.
I'm just telling you, they lied about their intentions. That's all I'm saying. They made it sound like they were not going to fuck with Roe v. Wade. They lied about it.
Even right now, they're still not doing it. All of the stuff that we're talking about, Biden and Harris are in office this very moment. They're not doing it.
Not doing what?
Anything. What are they doing?
Well, they out now.
Pardon Hunter Biden and 1,500 criminals?
Yeah, but that's kind of par for the course, I would tell you, Red. I mean, Biden is in his last month. When Trump was in his last month of his presidency, he was going around trying to get somebody to believe the election was stolen. He didn't do shit in his last month either. That's kind of what they do.
I think that if we're supposed to take the Democratic Party serious, going from 2016 and forward, they're gonna have to put their money where their mouth is, and they're gonna have to get to work a lot harder. Because what I'm saying is, it makes no sense. Y'all sat here and said for 5 years that he's okay, nothing's wrong. And so 1 minute into the debate, he's stumbling and fumbling. Yeah. Y'all sit here and told us for 4 years, y'all wasted all of our resources. We're not gonna pardon Hunter. We're not going to pardon Hunter.
Come on. You really think that?
They did that for 4 years.
You really bring it for Hunter Biden, really?
She said 7 times, and Biden said it twice, that they would specifically not do this. Okay. And wasted 4 years worth of resources.
Who wasted?
Think about how many people are Biden. How many people had to deal with this case? How many people are doing research? How many?
No, I don't. I'm not gonna let you blame that on Biden at all. The fact is, Biden had a deal set up that folks believe was a sweetheart deal. That shit was gonna be over. It was the right that decided, no, we want him punished, and they decided to keep going after him. So when you talk about money being wasted, it was the right that wanted to keep going after Biden and spending resources. That ain't the left. That was the right that wanted to do that. They knew that hold on. They knew at the end of the day, just like you and I know, that Biden was going to pardon his son. Yet they decided to keep going after him, knowing at the end of the rainbow, a pardon was going to exist. The right is the one that wasted resources on Hunter Biden.
He specifically said he would not do that. She specifically said multiple times she wouldn't do it. I got kids. You got kids. It don't take no 4 years to say I'm about to pardon my kid.
Okay, I don't deny that Biden lied, but the fact is, I think we all knew he wasn't going to let his son basically be a shark bait for the Trump administration.
So I mean, are you advocating for the government lying to us repeatedly and wasting our money and resources? Is that what you're doing?
No, what I'm saying is, I don't think you're going to get rid of a liar no matter who you elect. You think Trump is honest?
I think that if right now y'all put a case against Ivanka, she would be pardoned on January 20th. And we all know
That ain't what I just asked you, though. You think you think you're going to get rid of lying by voting Trump in?
I think that if when it comes to pardoning your own child,
You ain't answering the question I'm asking. I'm talking about honesty. Do you think you're going to get rid of lying by voting in Trump?
I think that he's more transparent. Yes, I think that he's going to acknowledge the people. He's going to try. Maybe he doesn't get everything done that he wants to, but I don't think that he's going to openly lie.
Okay, the guy said he had more people at his inauguration than at the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech. You believe that's true?
I don't know. I don't know how many people. I wasn't alive.
He never slept with Stormy Daniels. You believe that?
I have no idea.
You believe the Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs? You believe that?
There's a lot of evidence on TikTok that cats are coming up missing. On TikTok, them cats was coming up missing. I don't know. I don't live there, but on TikTok, them cats were disappearing. I don't know.
All right. If you believe that Trump is being honest and Biden is a liar, look, I'm not saying Biden don't lie because he definitely lied about pardoning his son, but Trump lies his ass off too. Trump has not always been honest.
Do you believe that if they came against something on Ivanka, that she would not be pardoned day one?
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I believe he would move quicker.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. And he wouldn't have lied about it. He wouldn't have sat here and said, "Oh, I'm not going to pardon her." He wouldn't have had no press secretary come out and say that shit 8 times.
I think if they had something on Ivanka, Trump would try to pay somebody in India or something like that, threaten them and make it so the evidence never came out. He would be crooked as hell, but yeah, once they got caught, he would pardon them quicker. But I mean, look what Michael Cohen, all of that shit Michael Cohen was saying he was doing for Trump. He was known as the fixer. That dude was committing all kinds of crimes on behalf of Trump. Trump ain't no clean guy. He just would pardon his kid quicker, but he is dirty as hell on that stuff too.
I think we need to make morals great again on both sides. We need more transparency, more truthfulness. I definitely don't think they should have a free pass to do anything they want. We definitely need to start holding them accountable. Because this shit.
Then you need to elect somebody else. You ain't gonna get that out of Trump, and out of Biden. You definitely ain't gonna get that out of Trump.
If I controlled the Democrats or the Republicans, you will not see either of these cats up there. I promise.
Right. I can live with that. Red G, I gotta go, but good talk. Good talk. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. We should just copy. Of other countries. You automatically get medical, and you don't have to pay for it because you're a citizen of that country. Well, the problem for the most part, most of the free world, Moonlight Ace said that most of the free world does give its citizens universal health care, but there are issues with it. It can take a long time to get a procedure and things like that. And in some cases, the care is not as good as you get in the United States. But in the United States, if you don't have health care at all, that's not much of a negative. Yeah, if you got good health care, you're an upper middle class person, then no, you don't want to trade places with Canada or some universal health care country. But if you're somebody in America that has no health care at all, okay, it might take me 3 months in line to get this procedure or whatever, but at least I'm gonna get it now. So yeah, I do believe that America's a stubborn country. We believe we're the best at everything. So even when countries are doing shit right, we generally do not want to pattern ourselves after it. I know my beloved MAGA is not gonna like when I say this right here, but I strongly believe there's a reason why most first world countries do not feature a lot of kids going to school and getting killed there. And that is something America needs to look into. But we won't do that. I mean, that's a uniquely American problem where your kid can go to school and actually get shot while they're there. That's not happening any damn where else in the first world, in the free world. We don't have that right. We're doing something wrong. But America, we think we're the best. So we're not going to take advice from anyone. So as a result, our kids are continuing to get shot. And their kids are not going to school in places that look like fortresses. The teachers are not all carrying guns. So clearly you don't need to do all of that to make sure your child is safe at school. We're getting something wrong. And I think it's clear as day that we're getting something wrong. And all of those countries know we're getting something wrong. They hear about all of that. So We just don't like to take advice. We like to believe we're the best, and we're not. Real quick in the comments, Will says Trump is actively looking. Oh, I saw that already. I have a hard time believing that though. Trump is actively looking for something to mess the country up. But all right, Will. Make sure I didn't miss anything. It's hilarious that MAGA wants to lecture people about being humble after the election. It is. It is. You can't sit around with a damn glass of tea with the word liberal tears on the side of it or a fuck your feelings flag and then complain, well, why aren't you guys being humble and why aren't you guys talking about unity? Like you didn't give a damn about unity. So yeah, I agree with that. Make you wonder if MAGA is ready to take the mark. Well, they're telling us they are. Let me go back to the box. He was going to drop my sister to he was going to chop my sister to pieces with a machete. What are you talking about there, Choo? Don't know what that means. I guess you guys are talking among each other. What's the inflation for a farmer to plant enough food to feed the state of New York? What's the motivation? What's the motivation for a farmer to plant enough food to feed the state of New York? Money. True. That is true. But keep in mind, if something happens where you need federal assistance, earthquakes, think tornadoes, think hurricanes, a place like New York is where a lot of the money is going to come from. A lot of the farming states don't have a large population. They're not making a huge contribution to the federal coffers. It's coming from places like Chicago, New York, California, these liberal cities that get, chastised all the damn time. Well, that's where all the people are located. Those are the ones that are paying all of the federal coffers. So when these other states, when there's a major disaster and you need help, that's who the money's coming from. That's what. So when Trump has been talking about liberal cities that do not cooperate with his largest deportation in history efforts. If they don't cooperate, we're going to stop giving them access to federal fundings. I did a video on this and I asked that question. Okay, if I'm San Diego, because he's threatened San Diego, I think he's threatened Colorado, certainly Chicago and New York. If I'm Chicago or if I'm the mayor of New York and he has stated because he doesn't like us being a sanctuary city, he's not going to give us access to federal funding. Okay, well, if you're not going to give us access to federal funding, then we're not going to contribute to the federal tax system. How would that work? That would actually hurt the federal tax dollars countrywide. You can't if New York or Chicago stop contributing, that would be a huge net loss. So I don't know if he wants to really get involved in that. You can't make the city contribute, but then tell them you're not going to give them any of their own money back. I don't know how that would work. Elon is the president. Trump is the sidekick. Oh my God. I think that the liberals, I'll go back to the box. And by the way, thank you guys that are tapping the screen. We might get to 50,000 if you show your boy a little bit more luck. Tap the screen, give me up to 50,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. Might be to get to 100 on YouTube vertical, YouTube horizontal. Feel free to smash that like button as well. Helps out the program. We'll see. We'll see. Let me go back to the box. I lost my train of thought there for a minute. Going back to Cedric. Good evening, entertainer. Cedric the entertainer. Good evening, I don't give a fuck about nobody, says Luis. Luis, I get it, Luis. Cedric, good evening.
Good evening. How are you, Tim?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on, man. So Trump has gotten Canada to basically pledge that they're going to put up to $1 billion to secure their border. Trump, making these tariff threats. Canada don't came on board. I'm asking that question. Does Trump deserve credit for this? I tend to think he does.
Who else deserves credit for it, Tim? The man ain't even been inaugurated yet, and he's already getting it done.
Yeah. It looks that way. Some folks are saying, I had Dencal on here earlier saying it ain't gonna make a difference, but
Dencal, no. He was one of them earlier that they don't like to accept the fact that he's getting it done.
He done it his first term. He's doing it again.
Well, his first term, I give him credit and I give him detraction as well because his handling
Well,
of
I do too. I do too,
yeah,
Tim. But
yeah,
when he ran for president, the first time that he ran for president, what did he tell you he was going to do?
a host of things.
He said he was going to cut taxes. He was going to build a wall.
He failed at that.
He failed at building the wall because he lost the election and did not have enough time
Well,
to build the
you
wall.
can't run for office with an 8-year promise. You don't have a guarantee you're gonna be in there 8 years.
Well, you're right. It takes a lot of time, Tim, to build a wall at a border.
So he's promising to do it again. So that means he's not going to succeed again because he don't have 8 years left.
He might not have 8 years left, but the Republicans might have years and years left.
So in other words, if he is not proceeded by another Republican, then he's probably not going to build a wall again. He's going to probably fail at that again.
Well, yeah, that is probably true, but it's this back and forth thing. Why can't we all just damn conclude on one conclusion?
Well, it's going to be hard to get people to work with you when you're talking about liberal tears and fuck your feelings. That's why. Because he doesn't know how to work towards unity. He treats people like shit, but then he says, but I have a great idea and we should listen to it.
I'm not going to defend him on that.
Right.
I am a conservative, but I am not a Trump man.
Okay, so you do understand that then. I mean, what do they say? You can.
That man, he lets his mouth overload his ass all the time.
Yeah. Isn't there a phrase you can get more flies with honey than vinegar or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why he has so much pushback. He treats people like shit, but he believes that because he has a good policy, people should just ignore him insulting the hell out of you.
Well, and you're talking about them tariffs. The reason why Canada is slowly but surely jumping on board with them tariffs is they're trying to keep Trump off of them.
Yeah. I think
that's why they're agreeing with the Trump policies, because they don't want Trump to do them the way that they know that Trump's going to do them.
Yeah. But what about the fact that, like Mexico is not jumping on board so quickly?
Well, who's worried about Mexico?
That's where the border problems are really coming from.
Correct.
I mean, you can turn the Canadian border into a fortress if you don't do shit about Mexico. The problem is
why turn the Canadian border into a fortress when you can turn the Mexico border into a fortress?
Because you need the help and the assistance of Mexico.
No, we don't. Why does the United States military need any sort of help from Mexico to stop the border crisis?
Okay, I see. So in other words, we're gonna fill up the
just as the same thing that's going on with Israel right now. They called it an invasion in Israel. They can call it an invasion in the United States.
And that's where he gets into trouble, because you got a hell of a lot of people that are coming here, a woman with a child, they just coming here to seek a better life. They're not invading the country. That's not an invasion.
I don't think they are either, Tim. But laws are laws, and there's a legal way to do everything that you do. There is a legal way to do it in the United States of America. And we cannot make exceptions in this country for somebody who just, breaks the law.
100% agree with that. But that goes back to my statement I said earlier in the live, is that Trump often tells lies when the truth will do. What you just said is the truth. Calling them invaders is a lie. He could tell the truth.
No, they're not invaders.
No.
Again, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative, but I'm not no huge Trump man. I'm not MAGA. I just like the traditional ways of the way the country was ran. Deporting everybody here and everything else, and that's not the way to do it.
So are you not a fan of the largest deportation in history?
No.
Wow.
No, I don't think that serves us any sort of purpose. I work at a job. I'm a supervisor at one of the busiest sawmills in the state that I live in. And we have a boatload of them. If we were to have the largest mass...
Wait, you have a boatload of immigrants or undocumented immigrants?
Oh, undocumented immigrants.
So your employer is essentially committing a crime.
Correct. Absolutely.
And he's American, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And he's probably MAGA, right?
Oh yeah.
That's exactly my fucking problem. Is that all of these folks are bitching about the immigrants, knowing damn well they're benefiting from it. Many folks who support Trump are benefiting from this shit.
Yeah. Americans, they're straight up cheap labor and everything else. But in the same sense, Tim, the way I see about Americans paying for cheap labor and everything else. Well, if we didn't pay for cheap labor, what American you gonna find?
Yeah. But that's the point I'm making is that
you have a lot of Americans out here. We will hire at the job that I work today. You will hire a young American, and they don't want to work.
Well, I will say in addition to people not wanting to work, I will say keeping the minimum wage the same for 20 years in the salaries in this country. Because I'll tell you this, if you're, it's after hours right now. If my septic tank went out, I could call and some plumber would get out of bed and go knee deep in shit to fix my septic tank. You know why? Because they get paid properly. It ain't necessarily that nobody will do these jobs. Those jobs don't pay shit. I mean, you can find somebody who will go knee deep in shit to clean out a septic tank because the job pays good money. If people got paid right, most of the jobs they're doing, people would do them. But if you want somebody to do something where the minimum wage has stayed the same for 20 years, where they got to live 10 to a house just to survive off the money you're paying them, then maybe you got to hire some immigrants. That's what it is the pay for those jobs don't pay shit.
Well, maybe if America would take care of America first and instead of everybody else, then we can fix our problems here.
You're not going to take care of America first because there are too many Americans that are greedy and don't want America to take care of. You just admitted the guy that's hiring all these people is a MAGA American. He ain't America first. He's hiring the people. You just admitted you're working around a swarm of them. That person who probably owns an America First hat or shirt is not operating from an America standpoint himself.
Hang on, but let me tell you what that same employer would do if this mass deportation takes place.
What?
Is find low-level Americans that need a job and keep the business going.
So in other words, he is not
never shut down.
He is not America first. He is greed and money first. If he's forced to hire Americans,
probably so.
Yeah, if he's MAGA, but if he has to be forced to hire Americans, he's not putting America first. He's putting his pocketbook first. But if they give him no option, then he'll go out and hire some Americans. That ain't America first.
But at the same time, Tim, it is not a Democratic or a Republican situation. This is a rich.
No. It isn't. You said it ain't a Democrat or Republican situation. There's only one party yelling America first. It is a party.
Do you think a rich Democrat business owner would not hire cheap labor?
They ain't yelling America first. They're not yelling America first, though.
Well, okay.
You can't do that. You can't be doing that shit while yelling America first. You ain't America first if you are literally benefiting off the labor of undocumented. Ain't nothing America first about that at all. That person, and you're voting for MAGA.
Tim, I guarantee you there are Democrats that are benefiting off of undocumented immigrants just as well as Republicans.
Yeah, but the Democrats want them here. You guys are saying America first and they need to go. So the Democrats
to get us back on the straight and narrow, to get us back to where we need to be.
But how can you be saying that while hiring them on the background? You could always pay Americans a decent salary and turn away every immigrant that comes to work for you. If you're hiring them, you're not America first. You're basically saying, I'm not going to be America first until they force me to be America first. Then that's not America first.
Until you curve the problem initially, you'll never solve it.
I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just simply saying your employer is not America first. He is not operating like that.
Well, no, he's not. But it is that. It's just the American way.
And I think there's a whole lot of MAGA. Yeah, and I think there's a whole lot of MAGA that are talking about America first, knowing damn well they're not that way. I think there's a.
No. I'm conservative. I'm not right-wing MAGA. These people that are on right-wing MAGA done took it too far.
How so?
Tim, man, these folks is crazy out here.
You gotta clarify. What do you mean? What do you say? What
Well,
about MAGA is crazy?
I voted for Donald Trump because I feel like Donald Trump had the best interest in this country for this economy.
Okay.
Am I gonna get on my knees and open my mouth for the man? No, some of these folks done got too. They out there with this.
So you think you think MAGA has a few fellatio type voters among them?
Yeah. Some of them out there, they a little bit way too far to the right. They so far to the right that they bend over in the bedroom for the man or
Wow. I wish I could disagree with you. I have seen some folks when you see people that'll completely go against something that they were adamantly against, that goes against their principles, all of a sudden because Trump is in favor of it, they're suddenly in favor. Yeah, that's some of those people you're talking about. I have seen some of that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like for a prime example, Affordable Health Care Act, Obamacare. I mean, I think it's done the country some good. Now I think there's some talking points on it where we could change some of the rules to it and everything else. But you got some of these people out here that's just like, oh, Obama didn't do nothing good for the country.
Trump said that.
I don't see. That's that right wing crazy shit right there.
Trump said that to Jesse Waters on Fox. He asked him, did Obama do anything good for America at all? And Trump said no.
The Affordable Health Care Act was one of the best things that the country ever seen.
Wow. You're starting to sound like a rhino right before my very eyes. You sure you voted for Trump?
No, I ain't gonna lean to the crazy left neither. They crazy as hell too.
You're a sensible man. I'll say that. You sound a lot more sensible. You definitely ain't MAGA to admit that Obamacare was good. That ain't MAGA. Don't do that. So that's different. That's different. All right.
There's talking points. Now there's something else I wanted to bring up.
Sure.
That was brought up earlier in some of the conversations that you had. Elon Musk.
450 million to the Trump campaign.
Okay, all right. So Elon Musk supported Donald Trump.
450 is a lot more than just support. There's got to be more to it than that.
But who gives a damn? Ain't the left? Hold up. Who ain't the left the ones that constantly holler about global warming and going green? Well, that's your man right there.
What does that got to do with that?
Ain't that the electric car billionaire?
Yeah.
So there you go. You're going against the same things you want.
No, because we want electric cars. No, the left wants electric cars. They don't want Elon. Elon Trump
is your guy.
You're not hearing me out. The left wants electric vehicle mandates. You're not going to get that from the right, even with Elon.
Well, you're not.
All right then. So he's not our man then.
But why is the left bashing him so hard? Because he supported Trump. That's the
because he's bashing. They're not just supporting. They're not just bashing because he supported Trump. He's bashing the shit out of a bunch of liberals. He also purchased Twitter.
On the same hand, if that man would have endorsed Kamala Harris, they'd have been all for him.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And you guys would hate him. You're right. If he had,
that's the problem that I see in this country at this point. There's no in between. Nobody wants to reason. I just reasoned with you with the Affordable Health Care Act, and I don't think there's no reason. Nobody is logical. You're either to the right or you're to the left. Nobody is for each other anymore.
I don't disagree with that because I agree with you that if Elon had endorsed Kamala, the libs would love him and the right would hate him. And the right would hate him.
Correct. You're 110% correct.
Yeah.
Nobody's. I don't know. It's almost like we're all out here fending for ourselves at this point, man. Nobody gives a damn about
I gotta say though, the guy you supported is probably a large portion of the reason that's happening. Before Trump came along, hold on. Before Trump came along, there were people who were willing to reach across the aisle more. Even during the Obama administration, and folks believe that Obama was the start of divisiveness. Even during his administration, you could work across the aisle and people weren't calling you a rhino and a traitor as much. Like now, you can't, if you're under the Trump era, if you're a Republican and you work with the liberals on anything, they'll primary you and get rid of you. I mean, you can't
Well,
you,
they just
you
had,
can't do anything.
Tim, they just had to get rid of me. I'm willing to work with anybody. We are all one.
Well, then say hello to Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and Mitt Romney while you're at it. You can do it, but you're gonna be hanging out with them. I mean, the right does not tolerate you working with the left at all. At all. They're not going to tolerate it. Biden's border bill was a perfect example of that.
The reason why my vote went the way it did is I just think the man is he just has the better interest for the country.
Okay, I get it. And you're not the only.
I do not think that he's logical in the head, that he speaks with any sort of damn sense at all. But hell, I don't think any of them in the past damn 8 years have.
Wait a minute, hold on. You're saying Trump is not logical in the head and he doesn't have any sense, but he's better than Kamala. What about Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? What about any of them that was running
Nikki
against
Haley
Trump?
was out of there too, but Ron DeSantis, that was an option for me, but that's not who we inaugurated.
Who did you go with? You had 9 other choices. You could have got Chris Christie. You could have got the governor of North Dakota, Brahm or whatever his name. Vivek Ramaswamy was in there. Tim Scott was in there. Did you go with any of them?
Well, I mean, there was options, man, but I sided a little bit more with Trump for the simple fact that none of them had a chance besides Trump.
Because of your thought process. If you thought
because it's not my thought process, it's the country's thought process. It's not mine. That's not how I feel about any of this.
There was a lot of folks, like 20% of the Republican Party, that were voting for Nikki Haley. There was a decent amount.
Well, I think Nikki Haley was crazy as hell.
Crazier than Trump?
No, I ain't gonna say all that. But she lost me at retiring at 70. That was enough for me.
All right, yeah, and that was really unpopular. That she said, I get it. Everybody says something that's really unpopular, but Trump ain't said nothing that's caused you to lose him. I mean, he ain't said nothing crazy to you.
Oh, Tim. He done said some crazy shit when he was talking about eating the cats and dogs. I was scratching the back of my head when he said it.
All right. I think you're reasonable. I gotta move it on, but Cedric, I think you're fairly reasonable, man. At least I see a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. But you did start out by admitting you're not MAGA. You voted Republican because you think
I am not MAGA. Yeah. I voted for him because I think it's the best interest of the country for the future and our kids and everything else. But I don't want my daughter to grow up going to the bathroom with your uncle or anything like that. So
shit, your daughter probably already doing it. The worst thing the transgender community could have ever did is ask for permission. There are a lot of transgender women that if you took a quick glance at them, you wouldn't even know that was nothing but a woman. They messed up when they started asking for permission. They should have just kept doing that shit. Now, most people tend to think that transgender women are gonna look like my ugly ass with a wig on. No, there's a lot of them that look like a genuine woman. You would never know. You could be standing, you could see them walk in the bathroom right beside you and never know that a woman went in that room. It's when they started asking permission and trying to normalize it that they fucked up. They should have just kept doing it. My guess is they're doing it now anyway.
As a whole in this country, gay marriage was passed under Obama.
Right.
I think that was a stepping stone for this country. I did not disagree with it. You do what you want to do.
All right.
But when we started taking it, 100 miles to the too far to the damn left, where you can do whatever the hell you want to do, and there's no rules and regulations, it started sounding like the Wild Wild West out here.
All right, well, transgender.
They got too far with it, man.
Well, I'll tell you this: for folks who believe that the left lost and they went too far to the left, once you start talking about forcing kids in school to read Bibles and shit like that, it can go the other way.
I do not disagree with you. That's way too far to the right.
Yep, it can go the other way. All right, Cedric, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, then.
Good talk. Thank you. Real quick in the comments, I do want to respond to Dennis Calhoun said, cut ties to distance himself from the cult. So you're saying that MAGA is a cult? Well, he certainly is. He's my last caller. Certainly was not MAGA. He made that clear from day one. I would drink a beer with Cedric. Says Cold Cold. Yeah, very reasonable man. I mean, look. At the end of the day, and he orated this point very well. I think the transgender thing really hurt the Democrat Party. I think going too progressive on some issues really helped hurt the Democrat Party. I don't think Kamala Harris was a good candidate, and I certainly don't believe her being a woman or being a person of color helped her out at all. And only having 100 days to go against somebody we've known our entire lives. There's a whole stew of issues that made it an uphill battle for Kamala Harris. So my last call I thought was very reasonable though. Appreciate him coming through. Cedric, that was. The rich poor have not an argument. Wait a minute. The rich poor have not an argument is a cop out. We all know for a long time, in order to be rich and successful, you had to be white. Most of America's history that it was true. That is not true now. Probably since maybe the mid '90s. You've had an environment where being black was no longer a hindrance to being wealthy, but probably anything before the 1990s, being black and reaching the pinnacle of being rich was very difficult to achieve. Very difficult. Like I've stated before, even my own self personally, when I owned properties in Chicago back in the early 2000s, I was part of a class action suit because they were giving black people higher interest rates on mortgages. I didn't know until a lawyer contacted me and told me I was victimized by that as well. So if you were white, you were going to be further ahead of the game because they're giving you lower interest rates. That happened to me. So yeah, probably in the 1990s, it started getting a little easier for people of color to be wealthy. Before that, there were very few millionaires in the black community, and certainly billionaires, very none existed. None existed. So it's gotten to the point now where you can blow up. I mean, as Steve Harvey once said, because remember how bad rap music was just demonized, talking about killing cops. And I mean, even before NWA and the gangster rap, they were demonizing MC Hammer and Heavy D and all this. I mean, rap music was, even during the breaking era, they were demonizing it. But as Steve Harvey said, hip hop, rap music has made more black millionaires than anything else. Academics, athletics, anything. Nothing has made more wealthy black people than that music genre. And that music genre is loved around the world. I mean, I know when I was overseas, I heard Arabs, Arabs listening to rap music in their language. You could tell by the beat, you could tell by the cadence of the person on the song. I'm like, damn, that person is rapping in Arabic. I mean, rap music has made more black millionaires than anything else. That's quite a accomplishment considering how bad it was demonized when it came out. Looking in the comments, by the way, and most white kids even like rap music now. I mean, that shit's yeah, it's hot. It's really it's well beyond anything that would be just a fad. I remember my late grandfather used to tell me back in the '90s, it's just a fad. How long has rap music been around now? Probably at least 40 years. Sugar Hill Gang, late 1970s. Probably about almost 40 years now. It ain't a fad. Real quick, pull up the map that shows votes from red versus blue. Well, most of America is going to be red. Um, the blue area has always been visually considerably smaller than the red area because the wide open rural areas are red. The highly densely populated areas are generally blue, but they geographically only represent a small amount of the country. So you can pull up a map even when Democrats win by a lot. Let's say during Obama's term when he won in 2008, he won handedly. But if you look at the map, it was mostly red. I mean, that's just the way the country's set up. The rural areas vote red. The left was with Elon until they found out he loved busting unions and firing people for no reason. Yeah, the left was with Elon because of the what do you want to call it? Silicon Valley in his cars, in their electric cars. They were with him because of his products. They never knew what the man was about. And Will is right. Once you started hearing from the man, obviously he purchased Twitter and turned it into X, and X is a fairly right-wing social media platform now. So they didn't know nothing about the man. They liked him for his products. But once the man started coming forward, they realized this dude is not one of us. That's what he started out by endorsing Ron DeSantis. But he also came out with that same fuck your feelings attitude that Trump has. So once they found out who he was, they didn't like him no more. Elon got his riches through government subsidies and stealing resources and ideas. Damn. Well, at Elon's level, I mean, and one man can't invent every damn thing. Just like Steve Jobs, the inventor of the iPhone. Usually at that level, you got inventors working for you. They're inventing shit and you're taking it. Ben Franklin style. I don't doubt that Elon Musk is uh, basically paying off inventors and taking their technology at that level. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Being black and rich is true now, but that's why MAGA popped up now. Whoa, Will, you're saying being black and rich is true now. You can certainly do that now, but you're saying that's why MAGA popped up. Are you suggesting that MAGA popped up to set the African American community backwards? To make it harder for black people to prosper? Wow. By way of yes or no, is there anybody that believes that? Yes or no? You're saying that MAGA popped up to roll back the possibility that the black people could get. Wow. I see Kevin J says he agrees with him. And so does, a lot of you guys agree with him on Brent, Stallion. Wow. Being black and rich is true now, but that's why MAGA popped up. I haven't seen evidence of that. I'd like to know what the evidence of that is. Wow, that's bad. Hip hop is 50 years old now. So that would be from 1974. Or no, 1976? I don't think it's that old, is it? Damn. Probably close. I said the Sugar Hill Gang, I think 1979 or so. Yeah, probably so, about almost, I said 40, about 50 years. Yeah, it's been around a long time. Land does not vote. The red areas are barren. That is true. Land doesn't vote. And most of the red areas in America, like Nevada is all red, with the exception of around Las Vegas, where all the people are. Outside of Las Vegas, maybe a few people in Reno, Needles, but outside of those, there's nobody there. All of that shit's empty. So, you may have a county with only a few thousand people in it. So he's right. Land doesn't vote. And most of the red areas on the map that go Republican, they don't have anywhere near the population. I think when during this election, they showed, if you take the population of New York, they showed how big on the United States, how many counties, just that population of that one city. It was a large portion of the map. Because I don't know how many 8-9 million people are in New York or whatever it is, but they showed if you actually took the population of New York, how many counties on a map, how many red counties on a map that it would be equivalent to, and it was like a time zone worth of counties, like a whole time zone worth of them. So yeah, the counties don't vote if there's no people there, they don't vote. Land doesn't vote. Will G just hit a severe case of stage 5 TDS. Well, he did say that it's easier. It's easier now to become prosperous financially as a black person, but that's why MAGA was created. So you saying that comment means he hit stage 5? Damn, stage 5 of Trump derangement syndrome. That's cold blooded. Let me look in the comments. A lot of folks believe that though. I asked yes or no. A lot of folks do believe that Trump was sent to set back the gains of people of color. Damn, that's nasty, considering how many votes he got from people of color, particularly Hispanics. Now, I don't necessarily agree that I don't see it where. And by the way, here is an example. I think this is an example of the the map here that we were talking about. Now this is a state map, by the way. This only shows the electoral college map. This if you showed the actual individual counties, it would be even more red. Because most of California, Illinois, New York, all even those states mostly are red too. So this map would even be more red. This is the electoral college votes. And this is, by the way, before the election, because Trump won some of these states. He won Arizona and he won Nevada. On this map, they're not even colored in. So this was while the election was being predicted. I got 226, 295 to Trump. So I'm like, yeah, this is a couple days. This is like a few hours after the election was called, or the next day, when Arizona and Nevada hadn't been counted yet. So, but yeah, if you look at an actual county map, it's even going to be more red than the one that's here, because even the blue states are mostly red. But yeah, suggesting that the Trump administration came along to offset the prosperity of black people. I haven't seen that. So I'm not in agreement on that, but I do believe it will work for the Hispanic population. I do believe they're gonna be hurt bad if that largest deportation thing kick in that Trump is promising. There's no way in hell that's only gonna happen to illegal, undocumented people. There's gonna be a whole lot of legal Hispanics caught up in that. So in their case, I do believe they voted for their best interest on that. I think that they believe he's only going to go after criminal, illegal aliens. And I don't know why, because he's made it pretty damn clear that if you're in this country and you don't have a legal right to be here, you're on the table. You got nothing to do with you. The crime is you coming in here. You could have came in here as an undocumented person 30 years ago, and you've done nothing since. Well, the crime is you came here back in the 80s. That's good enough. So I don't think they realize. I mean, they just weren't listening to the man. He's made it clear. He's made it clear. Anchor babies, folks who were born, to parents and people that weren't here legally, even though they already think they're a citizen, and they may roll that back. He said all of this shit. They just weren't listening. So I can't blame Trump for it. It ain't like he lied and is going to do something else. He was clear about this shit, and they voted for him. Will G, if MAGA wants to go way back to the late 1800s, damn, early 1900s laws, you can believe they want to turn back the clock all the way on black people. You definitely know how to scare the shit out of a motherfucker. Wow. You think MAGA wants to turn back the way America views black people to the late 1800s, early 1900s? Jesus. That would make Tim Scott unable to be in his position. That would get rid of Vivek Ramaswamy. I don't know if Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz can continue doing what they're doing unless they somehow get classified as white. All of them would be gone. Shit, the females too. None of them could do it. But you said just black people though. God, that's nasty. I hope you're wrong about that. Shit. Keep in mind, he only got 4 years. He would need a lot longer than 4 years to do all of that. And I see in comments, Johnny says, please, let's get rid of Vivek Ramaswamy. You're going to need a lot more than 4 years to do that. I mean, simply put, let's just say black people. I won't even say people of color, just specifically black people alone. They're educated. There is a decent amount of money in the black community. And they're in positions of power. In fact, just about all of the top largest cities in the country now have black mayors. I mean, Chicago, New York, I think LA, if I'm correct, they have at least a minority mayor, but I think the mayor of LA is mayor of Houston, Detroit. I mean, they're in positions of power. It would not be as easy to do this stuff. And the biggest one is black people have tasted freedom. It's a lot easier to oppress people that don't know that they're being oppressed, don't know what freedom is like. It's a lot different now. And of course, if you want to say the Second Amendment protects you against tyranny, there's a lot of firearms in the black community. It wouldn't be as easy. You're going to need a lot more than 4 years to do all of that. If, let's say, Trump really wants to do this stuff to African Americans, there's no way you could do that in 4 years. It would be impossible to do that in 4 years. The resistance would be fierce. And also too, unlike during the previous eras of oppression, hell, even during the Martin Luther King era, there were white people that were marching with him and protesting it would be far worse now because you got interracial marriage that's been legal for a couple generations. There's a lot of white people that are entangled with blacks that would not be in favor of it. It would be much, much harder to do that now. There's just too many whites that would also sympathize with the plight of black people and be against it. I mean, not to say it can't be done because there's so much of a larger majority of whites compared to blacks. I'm saying you're not going to do it in 4 years, though. It would be virtually impossible to do it in 4 years. Even if you tried to do it by violence, it would be hard to do that in 4 years. It's just too many white sympathizers and shit like that, and too much money in the black community. There's education in the black community now. I think there's blacks that are heavily trained military wise. You could always reach out to adversarial nations. I've said that myself. If the country ever got bad like that, hell, I'm gonna reach out to anybody that's willing to help. So if China needs to, whatever China needs, you want to spy on the United States, you need me to help in any way? I mean, if they're gonna treat me like this, you need me to help you in any way? I mean, you're gonna have people reaching out. All of that. All of those nations would come over and offer to help out the oppressed because they want America to fall apart. So you'd have China or Russia stepping up and helping, maybe slipping weapons. Isn't that what we do when countries are having civil conflict? And we pick a side and we funnel weapons and things like that to them. We did it in Syria. We did it in the Ukraine, Russia. I mean, they would do that for us. China wants to see America fall apart. Russia wants to see America fall apart. Turkey and many other countries want to see us fall apart. So if they started really oppressing black people, you can assume some of those other nations would start meddling and maybe even helping black people just to keep the resistance going longer and help the country fall apart. And I'm gonna tell you, if I'm getting treated like that, I'm gonna take whatever Turkey gives me, whatever China says they need. Hey, look, it's either this or become a slave again. I mean, so it would be a mess. And it would take a lot longer than 4 years. A lot longer than 4 years. Looking in the comments of what does that say? Ed Will is responding back to Ed G says TDS is for people who eat Trump steaks and buy Trump Bibles. Yeah, I've said that. Yeah, I appreciate the had mustache there, rock. I'll go back to the box, but I've said that before. Is that the only way you can get TDS is you have to dislike Trump. You could get Trump's face tattooed on your cheek, and nobody would say you have TDS. You actually have to dislike Trump. You can be very fucking deranged, but as long as it's a deranged in a way where you like Trump, people say it's not. I don't know where to go with that. Thank you for the hat and mustache there. What does that say? Ronick or Roxic? I can't. Where the hell is my spectacles? Thank you for the support there. Rorik, 1903. Thank you. Rorik, is that what that says? Real quick before I continue on. Republicans wanted to use Dred Scott. Yeah, I remember that decision to disqualify Harris versus V. Ram and Haley. Imagine what could be done to the rest of us if it worked. Yeah. People were trying to say that Kamala Harris couldn't be president because she was a woman, and they were using those things. I had somebody, Lumberjack. Some of you guys know he's an African American that's MAGA, was saying that Constitution says all men are created equal. Therefore, Kamala Harris has no legal right to run. It was getting messy like that. Trump's cabinet is going to be about 1/3 women, but those women don't have penises. So the left don't count them as real women. And what are you trying to suggest, that all women that Democrats recognize have to be transgender? Oh my God. You guys really don't like the trans community, do you? Goodness gracious. Let me go back to the box. What did I just hit there? I wanted to see what that comment said real quick. Wang's World I don't know. Okay, dinner with a Wang's World HU. Okay, I guess you're trying to say Wang's World S2E1 dinner with a white nationalist interview. Super Steve, what are you referring to? All right, let me go. You talking about what is the guy Kanye West showed up with? Is that what you're talking about? Let me go back to the box. Kevin J. Good evening. What is the guy that Kanye West? What is Nick Fuentes? Is that what you're talking about? Kevin, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Doing good to have you back on, man. So I was asking earlier because Trump don't apparently Canada has pledged up to $1 billion to secure its border. Now this comes after Trump threatened to impose huge tariffs. Does Trump get credit for this?
You know, that's hard to say because I'm not sure Canada's taking it seriously. You know, I mean, then you got to wonder if the Premier of Ontario was serious when he said that they were going to shut down all the power to some of those northern states that Ontario feeds electricity
Yeah,
to.
he did say that. I saw the video of that. But if they do follow through on their pledge of spending up to $1 billion to secure their border, would you give them credit for it then?
I would absolutely give them credit, but then I would wonder why do they need to spend $1 billion on that border when it's never really been an issue?
Yeah, I had a view on here earlier. Dinkow said something similar, but Trump says it's an issue.
Well, of course it's going to be an issue because he has to create an issue, the same as the Haitians were an issue and the pet eating was an issue and everything else was and all. You know, I watched a thing today. The president of the NCAA testifying in front of Congress. They literally asked him how many athletes in the NCAA in this country, and he said 510,000. How many transgender athletes? He said less than 10. 510,000, less than 10 are transgender, but it's this major epidemic where they're going and changing your kid's sex in school.
Well,
right?
to the right, that's going to be 10 too many.
Well, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That can be 10 too many.
Yeah.
But in reality, you know, when you're talking about at the same time to the right, when COVID was happening, only 1 million people out of 330 million people died. So, I mean, was that too many? That wasn't too many. It was just a tiny percentage.
That's a good point. Well, I've said the same thing that I thought from day one. Trump was greatly exaggerating the issue with transgender, such as saying that people could send their child to school one gender and they come home another gender 2-3 days later. I mean, this is why I also said I don't understand how Trump could sue and win against George Stephanopoulos for lying. I'm like, this guy said some pretty wild shit. I mean, who has ever sent their child to school one gender and they came home another one? And he said that stuff in debates and rallies and everything.
Right, and it's never happened.
Yeah.
I actually looked into, earlier this year, I looked into the insurance records. There was a site that I could find the insurance records, and they 40 million kids under the age of 18 covered by insurance from 2017 to 2022. A 5-year period, that was the most recent they had. And it was literally 124,000 kids diagnosed with gender dysphoria around there. I'm not.
What is that exactly?
What's that?
What is gender dysphoria? Because I will say this, since Biden came along in particular, I have heard so much about the LGBTQ community that I had never heard of before. I am hearing a lot more terms. I mean, it's really exploded. I've never heard so much about this until recent.
So let me ask you, have you ever heard about the fact that before 1950, you couldn't be left-handed?
No.
Everybody in school was taught to write right-handed. Left-handed wasn't allowed.
Really?
And then when they finally decided in the 50s that it was okay to be left-handed, all of a sudden there was an explosion of left-handed people.
I get it. You're ridiculing the shit out of what I'm saying, and you're making a good point. I didn't hear that before. I've never heard that.
Look it up. You'll see that pre-1950 you weren't allowed to be left-handed.
Wow.
You were in school, you were taught to write right-handed. And then when they allowed it and they said, hey, maybe some people are actually left-handed, then there was this massive explosion of left-handed people and it leveled out. Now when we start to say that being transgender is okay, that you're still a human being, you're just you have a
point well taken. That's a very smart, well taken comeback to what I said. I mean, you did a good job in not only ridiculing me but making a good point. I gotta look that up, and that's why I like having a free speech program, because you learn shit. I like the left-handed thing. I'm curious to see some YouTube videos. I've never heard that before. They were preventing kids. Can you imagine I mean, because I've been right-handed all my life. I cannot imagine somebody forcing me. I would have the sloppiest handwriting ever to force me to write with my left hand.
You know that throwing salt over your left shoulder has to do with a whole biblical thing, right? And it's the devil on your left shoulder, the angel on your right shoulder. So you're throwing salt in the devil's eye. Everything left, the carrying the woman over the threshold, you're supposed to carry your right foot first over the threshold. Left foot first is bad luck. Everything left has been bad luck and devil related for centuries. It's crazy.
I've heard that left-handers tend to be more smarter.
They really are, actually.
Wow. Well, maybe the devil was handing out brains.
I was listening to you earlier, right? You were talking about Elon and the 450 million.
Yes.
And nobody's mentioned to you that since 2008, Elon's companies have received $20 billion in contracts from the United States government. Okay, 10 billion of it since 2019. SpaceX being the major recipient of it. Okay,
so this is happening. So this is happening under the Biden administration.
Yes, it's been happening under the Biden, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, because SpaceX is SpaceX, right?
Right.
But you buy yourself $450 million as a tiny investment to increase that 10 billion in contracts you got this year to 15 billion.
Wow.
Right?
I've said that by the time Trump's term is done, you'll probably have damn near every federal vehicle in the country, a Tesla. I mean, yeah, Elon is going to make a killing off of this administration. You mentioned SpaceX, the Space Force, for instance. How many areas of value can he find in the Space Force? I mean, it's a whole new branch of government. Elon can literally flood that with all kinds of technology. That guy's gonna make an insane amount of money from becoming, the right-hand man of Trump.
This is the sick thing about billionaires, right? Is it's not about the money anymore. It's about keeping score.
Yeah.
Right? Warren Buffett talked about it a while back. Here's the guy that's a billionaire, and he literally checks his stocks in the morning, and if his stocks are down, he gets a sausage McMuffin. But if his stocks are up, he gets a sausage McMuffin with egg, right? It's not about the money, it's the score. And wow. Elon is going to be the first trillionaire.
Yeah.
Definitely
definitely with Trump backing him, because he's already worth about $1/3 trillion now. So, or a little bit more than that, I think. But
yeah, I just read when I was on your live, I looked to check something. It says he's worth 460 billion right now.
Jeez. Well, the problem is he's probably made $1 billion since I've been on here on this live. I mean, he makes when you get to his level, the money is snowballing so fast. Whatever number you give today, it's probably way off by tomorrow. I mean, he's making money 100%. And interest. Money's coming from every damn where. So I mean, he's got to be probably making $1 million every few hours.
Every few seconds. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
It's
for a country that for a country that has a large homeless population, it's saying they can't afford tuitions, forgiveness, and they can't afford universal health care. You got one dude that's making all that money and continuing to make more and more of it. It is disgusting. It does look disgusting.
You're reading my mind. I was about to say, this is a man that could literally be Batman. He could actually save things.
Yeah.
A lot of with things. The money he has. And instead, he's going to get into the Department of Government Efficiency, which, by the way, I haven't heard anybody mention, but how efficient is a department that requires 2 heads? And not just one?
Him and Vivek. Yeah, that is an interesting point.
Right? But they're going to go in and they're going to start talking about everything that helps regular people like yourself and mine, with Social Security and everything else and all they call them entitlements, the social safety net and whatnot. And they're going to start trimming away and suggesting cuts to this, cuts to this, cuts to this. Oh, but hang on a second. Make sure you write that contract for 15 billion to SpaceX this year, not 10.
I mean, that's the thing is that Trump is appointing a hell of a lot of billionaires to his administration, and we know billionaires are not known for doing a lot for the have-nots. There's no evidence that billionaires really look out for the average working man, and that's they tend to look out for each other, and that's who he's appointed. So if the average working man does very well under the Trump administration, that will be definitely different.
It would be. It would be, and it's going to be interesting to see because, I mean, our economy is going good. Our economy was going fantastically under Obama. I mean, like so many of these.
But they're not seeing that under Biden.
Attention.
Yeah, but they're not. I mean, they're not seeing that under Biden. People are saying that under Biden, the economy has gotten stronger and things like that. But I always say perception is reality. If you can't afford groceries, nobody gives a damn about you telling them the economy. People know when I go to the grocery store, I can barely afford to buy this stuff. So you can tell them the economy is doing good all you want. They're telling you, look, my money is not going anywhere. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. And that's where most Americans are.
You're 100% right, and you said it earlier in your live. Biden doesn't know how to talk to the people. He doesn't know how to brag.
Right. Right. Charlemagne the God, though.
The reality.
Yeah, Charlemagne the God, the one he told, vote for me, you ain't black. That guy said it best. He said Trump lies better than Biden tells the truth. Not talking to people but Biden's old. He keeps a low schedule. He has to be in bed probably at an early hour. Where Trump is up at 3 o'clock in the morning talking to the people. So when you get up, there's a new tweet. I mean, that hurt Biden bad.
Have you wondered why a guy that's 3 years younger than Biden is up at 3 o'clock in the morning and possibly shitting his pants?
Give me your answer for that.
It's amphetamines.
No.
I'm a recovering addict, man. I'll tell you right now, when you do opiates, you don't crap. But when you do amphetamines, you crap all the time.
Oh my God! I gotta push back. Trump is known as somebody who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. I don't think you think he's doing amphetamine? You think he's doing uppers?
Absolutely, 100%. Sweating the way he does, talking the gibberish he does, going way off on a tangent the way he does. That's like a meth addict going, I see the treeple out there. They're watching me, from the trees. He goes off on the late great Hannibal Lecter, Arnold Palmer's giant junk, and just like, where does that stuff come from? Well, you're methed out.
I can't speak on it. I mean, but if folks want to joke and say he idolizes Mustache Man, he was known to do that. He was known to do that, taking uppers and things like that. I hope you're wrong, man. I hope we don't have a president dope addict in the White House. I hope you're wrong.
You've read about the Nazis and methamphetamines, right? And pumping their soldiers up and everything.
Yeah, I know.
Else.
I mean,
I
know about that. I do know about that.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's funny because I've been listening to you for like an hour plus now tonight. And I'm listening to some of the guys like that. Dencal, he's a good dude, and he's like, he sounds really down to earth, and then you had the other guy though, Cedric, I think it was, saying like, yeah, people, I'm all for gay marriage, but then these people, you got to have rules and regulations. I thought you said you were a conservative. You wanted freedom. People get to be who they want to be.
Yeah, some of it does go, just like what, some of it go, it's almost like, not an oxymoron, but it's contradictory is the word I'm looking for. Just like they're favoring RFK and at the same time saying we're for less government regulation and states' rights. RFK needs the opposite of that. So some of the stuff they're saying is contradictory. So we'll see, but
and Trump's for free speech, but he just filed a lawsuit against that pollster in Iowa.
Right.
For printing something that she got in her poll results.
I think that is a horrible precedent. I also think by him going after in court all of these folks that said something about him, when he says I'm not going to be for retribution, it's only, but he said something like winning is going to be my retribution and I'm not going to go after my enemies. To me, you suing all these people shows that you're lying about that. That shows that you plan on going after people.
Anybody that said a bad word against him, he goes after him. You heard about the $5 million Bill Maher lawsuit, right?
Yeah, Bill Maher has talked about that. Is there another one?
No, it's just the one.
Yeah, Bill Maher's talked about it. I watched Bill Maher. Yeah, he's talked about it a few times.
Trump's dad being an orangutan, and Trump sued him for $5 million over that.
Well, Trump also says he dances like he's jerking off to people. Bill Maher said, I hope we don't sue him for that.
In every episode.
Yeah.
I love that. So.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me up.
Anytime, Kevin. My door's always open. Thank you. All right,
Have a good
folks.
night.
You too. You too. And I do appreciate the 54,000. I didn't get the 70 I wanted to get. But also, by the way, if understand, folks, we don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. If you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle without the host trying to dictate how you should speak or interfere with your point of thought, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, YouTube, a subscription, if you will. Monday through Friday is when you'll find us here. Getting close to having a actual dedicated time schedule back again. I've had some family issues where it's caused me not to be able to give it. Because we used to be on 1 p.m., 1 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. That was the time we were here, and it was a dedicated. And I used to have a much bigger audience because everybody knew what time to tune in. I'm trying to get back to that point where I have a dedicated time slot. Makes it easier on me and makes it easier on people. But we'll try. We're trying to make that happen. So I say within about 2 months or so, I should get hopefully that 1 p.m. time slot back. So we're trying to see that. Anyway, I do appreciate that. You folks tuning in as always. I see you in there, Alan. Says Tim. Type your comment. Nick Fuentes is a Mexican that assimilated to whiteness. I told you snow is a hell of a drug. Well, I think George Zimmerman is another one that's like that. Yeah, there are some people like that because when George Zimmerman did that to Trayvon Martin, he started getting all sorts of gifts, in quotes, gifts from the white supremacist and white nationalist crews. And what is his name? George Zimmerman was not white. So sometimes that does happen. Thank you, Will. What else did I miss out on? Angie says more likely Biden is on downers, knowing his family. Well, Hunter was on an upper. So what do you mean? What would make you say Biden is on a downer? I think Biden is just old, and Father Time has caught up with him in a way that it hasn't caught up with Trump yet. Not to say Father Time is not caught up with Trump, but I think it seems to be more prevalent with Biden because all of the statements that Biden has got dementia or getting old or slowing down, he could disprove some of that shit by going out and talking to the people. He hasn't done that. They've been saying he's got dementia for years. I've been on here defending him until he got out there on June 27th during that debate, but he could make his case look a little bit better if he talked to the people more, and he has not been doing that. In fact, when he was campaigning before Kamala, he was talking about the schedule was too busy and he needed to get more sleep. He needed to be in bed by 8 o'clock. Well, how does that counter this guy calling you Sleepy Joe? And now you're telling people you need more sleep. He never should have fucking ran for a second term. We can talk about Kamala Harris until we're blue in the face. Fact is, Biden fucked up. He never should have ran again. All of that time he wasted could have been devoted to a primary, could have been devoted to another more viable candidate out there campaigning. I'm gonna, like I said, I'll sing it to the heavens. Biden fucked up. Biden is the reason why the Democrats could have done a lot better. He's the reason the Democrats failed, in my opinion. Like I said, picking Kamala, look, you only got 100 days. You only got 100 days. So even if they didn't go with Kamala, they went with Gretchen Whitmer or Newsom or whatever, they all would have had an uphill battle because Biden fucked up and ate up too much of the damn time. Anyhow, I appreciate the tapping of the screen. I do appreciate the likes there. I got to step away. Got to go work for the man. He came in with a 4.7 and it went up to 1.61 for a final number of 6.3. So you're talking about Biden. I got the final economic scorecard for 45. That's for Trump. 6.3 unemployment percent was 100% accurate. Yeah, well, the pandemic, he handled the pandemic terrible. Trump's job numbers are certainly pandemic related. Before the pandemic, he was down to 3.5%. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you, folks, for tuning in on YouTube.